book to help you truly live your potential. All you have to do is cover the shipping and handling, and I will give you the book absolutely free. I want to invest in you and your health this year. So get your free copy of my book by visiting myfreehealthbook.com. That's myfreehealthbook.com, and let's get healthy together this year.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
KGUM-FM, Dededo. Powered by Glimpses Media.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. The Commerce Department says growth in gross domestic product, the nation's output of goods and services, decelerated to 1.5% between April and June. A key inflation gauge shows many Americans are still struggling with higher costs. The AP's Sagar Magani has the story.
The government says consumer prices rose 3.7% in July compared with a year ago, the same as in June. Inflation remains higher since the Iran war started, when it was 2.9%, and remains notably above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Gas and other energy prices fell sharply last month, but have been rebounding this month, which is likely to boost the next inflation report. Stubbornly high prices will likely be a key midterm election issue, and President Trump is also threatening new tariffs on Canada and China. Sagar Magani, Washington.
Trial testimony wrapped up in Plymouth, Massachusetts in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, a mother accused of strangling her 3 young children in a case that has drawn attention to postpartum mental health. A federal judge is lifting a major legal obstacle that had prevented the government from implementing President Trump's executive order limiting mail-in voting. Flowers and balloons are being left at the gate of Dolly Parton's home near Nashville. She died of cancer at the age of 80. Dolly Parton impersonator Mandy Madsen, wearing a Dolly wig, drove to Parton's home from Savannah, Georgia.
Dolly's like the person who got to do it, actually, and to be okay and pave the way for other women to do it and to be larger than life, because being a woman's awesome in so many ways. It's hard in many ways, but it's awesome in so many ways. We get to dress up and have fun, and she really got to do that in a way that was so larger than life and fun.
Taylor Swift says a world without Dolly doesn't feel possible, real, or right. This is AP News. The cyber attack targeted Norway.
Pro-Russian hacker group Server Killers has claimed responsibility for a cyber attack that's affected multiple Norwegian government digital services. Media in Norway reported on a Telegram post in which the group said it had declared cyber war on Norway after the country renewed its security cooperation with Ukraine. A spokesperson for the Norwegian Digitalization Agency says the attack has been ongoing since Monday. The denial of service attacks aimed at blocking services, but the agency says it managed to keep them running practically all the time. European countries remain on high alert as Russia increases its sabotage activities.
The Indiana Fever Chicago Sky Sunday night game averaged more than 3 million viewers on NBC and Peacock to make it the most watched regular season WNBA game since the league's inaugural season in 1997. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Buenas, half a day. This is Isa Cruz from the National Weather Service with your morning weather outlook. Today is Thursday, August 27th. An active but disorganized monsoon pattern continues to bring periods of scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms this week. Locally heavy showers remain possible through at least Friday, as we anticipate a slight northward shift in the monsoon trough over the next day or so. Light to moderate winds and combined seas of 3 to 5 feet are expected today. Primary west to southwest swell begins to build surf and seas Friday night and over the weekend as a renewed monsoon surge develops to the west. Currently, there is a moderate risk of rip currents along north, west, and south-facing reefs. Surf can be up to 5 or 6 feet and can support stronger or more frequent rip currents. Beachgoers should keep in mind that there is a moderate risk of lightning over the next few days. For the latest weather and marine forecasts, visit our webpage at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Sitsu's Maasi.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Good morning, Guam. Half a day, everyone. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM, 6:07 on a Thursday morning, August 27th, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's going to be Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com. That's for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code One Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code One Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
We're looking past standard calendar obligations today to uncover a beautiful grassroots tradition rooted in pure, unexpected kindness. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 27th.
The beautiful history behind Just Because Day began in the late 1950s when Joseph J. Goodwin surprised his wife in Los Gatos, California, with a new transistor radio. When she frantically questioned what anniversary she had forgotten, Joseph simply replied, "Just because." Deeply moved by her genuine joy, he established a local holiday originally celebrated on the third Wednesday of May. As neighbors embraced the tradition, it steadily expanded across the country. This organic, decades-long evolution perfectly mirrors the unpredictable nature of the day itself, proving that the most profound moments in life require absolutely no logical justification to completely change someone's world.
A national day that started with a transistor radio.
I wonder how many people still know what that is.
Probably not a lot.
Not a lot. It was a radio we could carry around, kind of like a ghetto blaster.
But smaller. But they don't know what a ghetto blaster
That's
is either,
true.
probably.
Really dating myself now.
Yes, you are. We're also celebrating National Pots de Creme Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnic. Pairnic offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnic is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnic is your best choice. Remember Pairnic when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnic.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out!
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on! 1, 2. Good love, that's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Ow! Good love, that's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it stops shaking. Come on, come on.
Come on, the man says. Good morning to you. Hey. Okay, all right. Well, good morning to you. Welcome to the program, 22 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. And thanks a lot, everyone, for coming along with us this morning. It's a beautiful Thursday morning. And it's, beautiful as in you can see the sun rising.
Okay.
It's very, the roads are clear, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we ain't got no Palantutt problems today.
Man.
That was wild yesterday, Patty.
I saw Father Paul Goffigan walking on water yesterday.
I thought only Jesus
did you see it? I thought only Jesus did this. Father Paul got stuck in Palantutt yesterday too. And it was, we saw all of the Palantutt videos yesterday of all of the flooding, and that was no 5 or 6 inches. And I was sending it over to Landon Idlet because he was curious as to what areas. It means a lot.
to know what areas are inundated and how these forecasts, actually play out in real life. And there were some people that were underwater yesterday.
It was
like
not
I said,
fun,
Father
not
Paul
fun.
Goffigan wading through the river. And I think he was carrying like sacramental stuff, right? It looks like he was protecting it from the muddied waters of the river. And so he was kind of holding it up. Have you guys seen it? It was like, oh, okay.
No.
You didn't see the photo?
No, I
You tell me if he's walking on water.
Father.
Yeah, Father.
Oh,
let
no.
me. I mean, honestly, I would call him, but he's probably in mass.
That's
okay.
heartbreaking.
So this is Father Paul Goff again. Dice, where you at, girl? Where you at?
Wow.
Did I know? How come you're at the bottom of my list? Aren't you supposed to be at the top? You're like one of the top three.
I pinned you on mine, so that's okay.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's okay.
You pinned somebody?
It's
I
late
want to
already.
know.
Everyone heard it already, Patty.
No, I don't know how to do that. Is what I'm saying.
Unpinning you. I am unpinning.
How do you do that?
That's okay.
No. Honestly, I want to know because I actually don't know how that works.
Patty, I'm not pinned on your stuff.
I don't know how to do it.
Right click and pin.
Right click where?
Right.
On your name?
Well, yeah. Press and hold my name. Okay.
Press and hold your
All right,
name.
Press it. All right. Well, I'm doing
holding
it on,
your
I'm
name.
doing it on my laptop.
Oh.
Yeah. See?
And then I
Now
get
you
to
can
destination.
Hey,
Where?
And then you can pin it.
I don't see anything
You
saying
don't
I can
see
pin
it?
you.
Well, you got that iPhone 50 going.
That's
on.
why.
You got that.
I got the phone that I don't know how to. I don't know how to work.
He is.
Yeah, look at him.
Oh my.
He's carrying like stuff out of his car. He looks like he's wading on water. Poor guy.
That's not.
That's it. And look at his car underwater. So he went. He got out.
It was his car in the water. That's his.
Was that the
right?
same car?
Was
No.
that's
The
not
other one
his?
was red, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was another
Okay.
car that was halfway underwater.
Oh no.
But
no.
look at all those cars. Look, there's another one to the right front of his.
I see.
You see that?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
What does the sign say?
That's.
What does the sign say on the left?
Let me see.
Can you see what that says?
It's
something zone? No.
It's the zoo lane ahead.
No, it's Zoo Lane area.
Zoo Lane area. No. I don't know. I see double O's there.
I just see double O's. You're
I'm
right.
playing Scrabble here.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me get a Z.
But a day.
That's not cool. That's not okay. Oh man, you know what? Hopefully that is all dried out by now, right?
I hope so. I mean, it was it really
was
settled
pouring
down.
yesterday. Yeah,
it settled down a lot yesterday.
Dumping. That was not okay for our friends down south.
Yeah.
I would. You know what? I feel for this. But let's just pray. We're going to pray today that we
What's it
have
supposed to look like today? I
drier
forgot
weather.
to
They
ask.
said we got scattered showers.
Oh,
And then
okay.
we got some monsoons on the left, on the right, or some kind of action like that.
Oh yeah.
Right?
They're
They
looking
said-
at 90W and all of those.
That's where we're
that,
at, yeah.
like we're way behind.
See.
Landon just says when people look at the radar and then they look at cloud patterns because that's what we do. We look for anything that looks circular, right?
But some dropout meteorologists over here.
That's exactly what we are. We're
dropout meteorologists.
We're like he said, social meteorologists
tell
is
you,
what
man.
we are. Terrible stuff.
Yeah, you're lying and spreading rumors, man. Creating paranoia.
Oh, okay. Laura, our field producer, says maybe it says school zone.
Oh. Well,
No.
where's the L? No, Laura, because there's
Laura,
no
did you
room
see
for
the
L.
picture?
Yeah, because
Laura just be
Laura,
making things up. Laura, we deal
can't
in
do
facts.
Laura, we can't do Scrabble together, girl, because the O is at the end of the slide. You can't.
Laura, you're not helping.
You can't fit it.
Let's see. Would it say school zone? No.
School zone, unless they did scoot. Did they spell it scoots? I don't know. Is it scoot? I'm trying to figure it
No, I wonder what it says. Laura, okay? I sent it to our field producer. She says, "Ha ha."
There's only
It's only so many different signs that would say something.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Deep water ahead. Maybe that's what that sign should have said. Slow it down, Polly.
Oh, what if
Turn
it's
around, don't drown.
What if it's an O and a D and it was flood zone? No, but it looks like
dude,
an
you
O.
might be right.
It looks like an
No,
O.
couldn't be flood zone.
Yeah, because it's an O.
Father,
That's an O.
Father, get with the program. What are the signs telling you? She says flood zone area.
Flood zone area, right? That could
Really?
be a D as in an O and a D.
How ironic is that?
Look, guys, when you guys start passing photos, can you guys take better pics?
Yeah, curious minds want to know what the sign says. We're looking at all of the stuff behind the picture
Guys, we're in
to tell the
detail
rest
here.
of the story.
Right? We want the details.
Is he waist high or is he feet? He's walking on water.
He is. He is. He's walking on. Let's just call it. He's walking.
He's
on
walking
water.
on water.
He's walking on water.
And then he got to flood zone area. Good call.
Flood zone area.
Maybe the D is on the other side. Other side of what? The sign?
It's on the back.
Yeah. It's on some poor DPW signage guy's like, I ran out of room.
I ran out of room. I put it on the back.
And you put an arrow to the back.
Be like
Turn it around.
Be like flu zone area.
Come on, y'all. You get it. You're smart. You're in Palanta.
I know. Come on. We got to know our
my
village, right? You know
God.
your village.
Well,
we're hoping for drier weather for our folks down south. So they did have a flood advisory yesterday. So hopefully
and that
it's
happened
better today.
early because this time
was-
yesterday it was
dude,
pouring. It was pretty bad.
Dumping bad.
I got dropped off of work, and I was told by my driver. He was saying he was trying to make his way down to the gym at Naval Station, so he went left.
Oh, dude.
And it just immediately started to storm once he dropped me off. And he said he was following behind the guy in front of him who looked like he was going, only to realize the guy was in the oncoming lane.
Bro.
Both of them were in the oncoming lane. He said because he couldn't see the roadways, he couldn't see any
zero
stripes.
visibility.
You can't see any stripes on the
see
road
nothing.
either. I mean, you can't see them anyway.
We got the worst markers. It's like, can I borrow your highlighter? We got to fix these dashes. It's like,
Honestly,
the dashes
what
are
could
not
you
dashing.
do? What the dashes are not
They're
dashing.
not dashing.
So he said he just was hoping the guy in front of him would guide him
Okay.
because I would have pulled over. There's just no way I would have. I would have made a U-turn and came back until it slowed down a
But
bit.
Route 3 gets pretty bad too. Route 3. Oh,
That's another one. There's no lights on that roadway, right?
It's bad. It gets
Yeah.
pretty bad
There's
on
no
Route
lights
3
on
too.
that road?
No, there's no lights.
And
on
there's
that
the
road.
markers are also pretty
Markers,
jacked
yeah,
up.
It's pretty bad. You know, insert road here. Insert road here.
Laura,
So
are
it
you
does get pretty bad.
being sarcastic? Because it would make sense since it's flood there.
Laura, you're not my
Laura, quit
Scrabble. Laura.
Quit calling us out, man. I just felt really stupid right now that she said that. Well, it is a flood, so would it not read flood zone?
Look at that. Yeah.
Laura.
Okay. Everyone's saying flood zone. Randy says it's a flood zone too,
Okay.
Patty. We're going with flood zone.
She's like, no, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just being smarter than you.
It's just
Here we are, thinking it was a zoo.
It's a zoo ahead. You never know what
You
you'll
what?
find. It's in the jungle. Might have a giraffe or two. You never know.
We love you too, Laura. Oh, you guys are
That's
the best.
funny.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you.
So Randy's going with flood zone. Randy is on WhatsApp as well. He's saying it's a flood zone, Patty. So we got
Thank you,
flood zone.
Randy.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Well, we need a few more of those signs then.
Well, it sounds like our listeners have a really good idea as to what everything is around here when we don't, which is why we're so grateful.
We appreciate that, guys.
So thanks a lot for your input. Let us know what it looks like where you guys are. I mean, it seems like there's not a cloud in the sky, although when I stepped out of my front yard, I saw on the right side going into again, there's a little bit of black cloud cover.
All right.
But I don't think that it's nearly anything as bad as it was yesterday. So hang in there.
All right.
There was a black cloud hanging over the legislature yesterday.
Was it? No.
Well, I mean, it wasn't upended. You know, it was pretty calm. It was the way Vince Borja, his whole style is, I'm here to find out what people want to say.
Let's go,
right?
let's go.
I'm not here to lecture you. I'm not here. I'll ask questions, and the committee will too. But he's not up there. He says, he's not. He's there to get information, so it's a productive conversation,
Right
which
on.
I'm all about.
Right
Right.
on.
The screaming and the yelling and all of that showboating is definitely part of the theater of lawmaking. I get it, and trust me, I'm on the side like when one eye open, going, keep going. I'm like I'm that sensationalist on the side, going, get him. But the fact of the matter is that DOE has got more troubles than one oversight hearing could take.
Yes.
So they had to continue until next week. But there's a bunch of stuff that came out of that. Couple things that we want to get to, and this morning we'll be talking to a few people about a few things, and we're kind of labeling it informally the TikTok Thursday.
TikTok Thursday.
We were talking about a couple. He's from Italy and she's from America, and they're settled on Guam. So she's been pretty active on social media. Her name is Jem. Gem, as in like diamonds.
Yeah, okay.
So she said that she and her husband, she's just trying to acclimate to the island. Oh, nice. So she takes a lot of
Half the
pictures.
day.
And exactly. And so, the food is always a center point. Yes. Most of these guys, you notice that when your friends, because you have a lot of friends in the military.
They put on some weight.
Yeah.
They put on some
Well,
weight.
you've never been here if you hadn't.
They put
Don't
on
try to
some
tell me
weight.
you came to Guam and you lost weight. That's just abhorrent. That's just
Their
not.
PT's not the same as Tennessee.
The little sluggish there?
Yeah.
A little sluggish around the belly area,
slow today.
Mr. Watson?
I'm a little slow today, are we? That's that Chamorro Village. It'll do it to you.
That Chamorro Village on a Wednesday.
It'll do it to you.
So I mean, your buddies have a really kind of hard time getting
Yes.
it. Yeah. I mean, not hard time, but is that let's go try the food. Let's
Okay.
go. Are they adventurous? Because you
Yes.
have to be if you live in
Definitely,
Guam, right?
Definitely are adventurous.
Let's go check out the food.
They've never seen so much soy sauce in their life. They're like, y'all put soy sauce on everything. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
That's our
Hello.
ketchup and mayo. What are you
I tell
talking about?
They've never seen so much soy sauce. Every house on Guam has a bottle of soy sauce.
I saw one guy went to a new place at Micronesia Mall.
Okay.
And it was Chamorro food. It sounds like it's a new one. I don't know where it is, but it's in the food court at Micronesia Mall. It's a new place, and he had like Chamorro food. He had red rice. He had some ribs. He had some Kelaguen. He had some finadeni. Oh no! I take that back. It was ramen.
Ramen.
He says that Guam has a lot of places that have ramen, so you have to. You gotta find your ramen spot because
Okay.
not all of them taste the same. In fact, some taste worse than others. Yeah. Like I have two standouts, and I won't go
You
anywhere
gotta
else.
soak your broth and your noodles together. It's like, it still ain't tasty.
Yeah,
There's
you know
no
that's the
flavor,
worst
dog.
thing when it's too watery
Yeah, dude,
and it
it's like-
doesn't have that depth of flavor.
No, it's not.
Not for it. Not
No, it's
for
not.
it. But
the udon is not udon.
or the noodles don't match the ramen, the
Yes.
broth. You know when the noodles are like,
Bro.
is this spaghetti?
Yes. I'm like,
You ruined it for
yeah,
me.
you ruined it.
I fly through Narita only for the sole purpose of getting out of the plane for any sort of layover and going over to Ipuru, which is a ramen place that is obviously started in Japan, but they have them all over California.
Right on.
I ate there twice in one stopover. That's how obsessed I was.
Patty,
And
hungry much?
I'm just saying that I don't get it often, and that's like my number one
That's
ever.
your jam. That's your jam, girl.
That's my number one ever. And so I'll deliberately fly. If I can get in through Narita just for a short layover, Ipuru's the place
That's
I'm
the
going.
one. That's the one. They got the right noodles, right broth, and
everything.
okay, all
Everything.
right.
And you don't need to get fancy. I'm not even a fancy girl when it comes to stuff like that.
Yummy.
But so your friends are out and they're enjoying the
They're
cuisine.
learning about soy sauce.
You're learning about
and
soy
our
sauce.
50 million hot peppers that we have because we put hot pepper on everything. Y'all like hot pepper.
Yeah, we got a Denancy market like I've never seen before, right?
We got a lot of Denancy.
And so they're liking the stuff.
it.
Like the Kelaguen is like one of those. It's a universal palate for
They
some
love it.
reason.
They do. They love it. And drinking coconut. Yeah.
Coconut.
They love
like
that fresh
straight-
coconut with that
Oh, dang.
straw. Yeah, man. Because these guys, they live around the central part of the U.S.
Yeah.
So there's no beaches and whatever. So they're like, dude, I got a coconut. I'm like,
Yeah.
you ain't even got to clean it. It's clean. They're like, why
Yeah,
does
the
it-"
water inside.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And they love
That's not dirt. That's husk.
They do.
Yeah,
love
that's
that.
good.
And
That's
they're
good.
digging out the coconut meat. They're like, what is this? I'm like, you like that, huh?
They're eating the coconut like the
They love the young
matured,
coconut.
or they're eating manha.
Yes.
Oh,
they
dude.
love that. They absolutely love that. They'll chill it. The wives will also. They're pouring it in the pitchers.
That's-
okay.
wow.
They got them in the pitchers.
They got young coconut money.
They do. I got a friend of mine, and she feeds it to her baby. I'm like, you giving her coconut? I'd be like,
Yeah,
you guys
bro.
are doing it. She's giving her.
That makes a
baby
whole lot of
coconut.
sense. I would
Coconut
do
water.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coconut water.
We just took advantage. And we didn't take advantage of them when we were growing up. It just like had one purpose.
They love
right
that.
for kadu or for
Yes.
Kelaguen.
Oh,
right?
and that's another one. They love our kuddu. They
Oh,
love
yeah.
it. Oh. They don't do potatoes no more. They're like, what was that other? It was a potato-y. Dogu, bro. It's called dogu.
Oh, they were down for the dogu?
They love that stuff. Yeah,
Wow,
they
that's
like it.
pretty cool.
You know what?
That's really good.
Their palates
Well,
have
that's nice.
expanded.
So trying cuisine on Guam, you know, it's not necessarily hugely adventurous. Chamorro food is not necessarily. You know, there's a red rice. You've eaten Spanish rice
Right.
before. Kelaguen might be the most outrageous thing that we do.
For sure.
The way we marinate like chicken and spare ribs, that's all because they're used to the sweet stuff,
Right.
And the hickory smoked things. We just don't.
They didn't get salmonella because we barbecued it right. You know?
Yeah,
You're not
exactly.
gonna, they're like, it's halfway cooked.
If the,
I'm like,
if the
bro.
marinade didn't cook it enough,
Yes, right.
You know, the grill did.
Yes.
But some of these things, you know, are not like taro or even hagansuni.
Yes.
I mean, how do you beat? So they were trying all of these different foods, which I thought was really nice. But they were always searching for something Italian.
Ooh.
And she says that he's missing home a lot, right?
That's a tough one.
I invited them into the studio because I'd kind of been following them on social media, just her story. Well, and there's a couple of others, and you reached out to one that you
Yes,
and
we
I
did.
both followed since the day she posted something.
We're like
Is she
stalking
from
me.
American Samoa?
She is actually.
American
She is.
Samoa. She's a traveling nurse.
Traveling nurse. That's
over
her.
at
GRMC.
and she was
GRMC.
walking to the
she loves
hospital through the parking lot on her first day.
She loves it here.
And
Experienced her first typhoon on Guam as well.
Oh yeah,
She
that was like the day she came in, wasn't it, or
just, like,
something?
everyone's so friendly. I got everything I need in one store. They're just so kind out here.
There was another nurse also at GRMC, but she's
Okay.
a white girl, and
All
she
right.
was talking about how in the storm, she said that, you know, she's worked in places where everybody kind of keeps to themselves. You bring
Okay.
your own lunch pail, and that's pretty much your
Kinda
for the
mind
day.
your own, yeah.
She said they had food brought in.
Right.
People were just, because they were hunkering down. She said, I've never been in a place.
Our hospitality, you can't beat it.
It was
You can't beat it.
unbelievable what she
Unmatched.
said. And
Unmatched.
that's normal for us.
Right,
That's normal for us. We're constantly bringing in stuff for each other on a daily basis, except for today. But well, somebody gave me these mini donuts that are powered Hostess donuts, but I
Powered donut. No, yeah. we're not-
powdered. Yeah.
Powdered.
So I'm not
donuts.
quite sure that that's going to go over well today,
Okay.
but thank you for the offering.
But your friend needs an Italian restaurant. Is that what we're looking for?
Well, he ate at a few, and some of them were
Okay.
just kind of meh.
It was like a 5 out of 10, right? We were trying to hit a
Not
10
even
for
a
it.
5. I
Not
think
even a
that they
5.
were-
We're not
there
there.
was kind of meh.
Yeah.
So
okay.
yeah, so we'll talk to them.
Okay.
About living in Guam. It's always a great perspective when you've been here for a long time.
Exciting.
If you've been here for a long time, you need the refresher course. For
sure.
Especially when we're talking about, you know, the beaches of Guam and the hotels and all of the amenities and things that you can get here. And maybe not so much the shopping anymore, but yeah, you can still get things that are duty free here. It's like that's not for everybody all the time. There are people who transplant into Guam. They want to go on these trails. I saw this lady that was doing the trail that you wanted to do.
Okay, all right.
She goes, "Follow me. I'm going down these steps at Oka
Hey,
Point."
Yes, Oka Point.
Yeah,
You
so
told me
she-
not to go there.
She went. I think you could handle it.
Are you sure?
I would.
You
fr-
said
I
those
would
stairs
freeze.
are
I would
trying
freeze.
to kill me.
No.
No.
Yeah, they're. I
She's
mean,
like,
they're
no, no,
not
no. Mhm.
exactly fit for. But you can make it. It's
I
not
can
like you
make
have
it.
to- Oh yeah. It's just steps.
Okay.
But there's no guardrails.
See,
That's
okay,
the
that's
part.
all right. That's all right.
Because I couldn't even hang on to you. Because then
Okay.
you'd be like, "Get off of me!" We're
Right?
both gonna
Be like,
fall.
we're about to fall down here. Be
I feel like I'm
look.
heavier than you, and we'd both be on the bottom
the
floor.
Humpty Dumpty myself right down those stairs.
Because I was, when she was walking, I had like the tingling in my feet.
Right.
You
So
know that
did-
feeling?
Yes.
And
okay.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't know about this.
Oh, well, how high do those waves get? Because I see that water.
Well,
What
it
do
just depends on the day.
Okay.
It was a nice day,
was a good
but
day.
though it's open ocean, so it's crashing all the
Okay.
rocks, right?
Just do a
So
weather outlook real quick
Yeah.
before you take.
I wouldn't go
Look at the
flying
weather
down there
first.
if it's like 20-foot waves or any of that.
Got
know what I
you.
mean?
So we got to look at the weather first.
Yeah, I mean, I think a nice sunny day, you would be pretty safe. Well, except for the fact that you're right. You have to look at the surf and see what it looks like.
I do want to try those stairs, though.
But there are people who actually what she did was she
We
did a
got nice-
hanger on her for us. Like she gets like halfway down. She goes, follow me for part 2. I'm like, girl, I ain't following you for part 2. I'm just like more stairs.
Put part 1, 2, and 3 on one reel.
I want you to see you come back up.
Right.
I want to see how hard it is to come back up and what you got to hang on to.
Dude, that's a good one. That's a good one. We're going to be gassing out. We're going to be gassing
What
out.
is the name? And I think our
gassing
listeners will
out.
be able to know. Laura, can you look this up?
Go for
What
it.
is the name of that big dune that everybody? It's like a mile high or something. It's a straight down walk in sand to get to a lake, a beautiful lake. but it is such an incline.
Okay.
Or whatever. It's so high.
Okay.
That people have no problem sort of going down. They lose a little. The momentum gets them, so they sometimes stumble and then they end up rolling.
Right.
But it's $3,000 to get rescued to come back up. Going down. Everybody's got the momentum. They're like, oh my God, we're so excited. I didn't even break a sweat. They get all the way down and then they look up and they see how high they have to go.
Stop.
And it takes them hours.
I'm good. Yeah.
To climb up.
For a $3,000 rescue, I'm okay. I'm keeping my black butt still. I'm like, no.
I'm watching from the top.
I'll be right
When you
here.
come up, I'll have some hosted powdered donuts. That's what I'm going to be
Take
doing.
a walkie-talkie. Here we
But
go.
Laura,
I'll be
what
up
is the
here.
name of that place? It's a huge dune.
I'm good.
Laura will find it, or someone will find it. Let us know, even if you're on WhatsApp.
I'm trying to put
or
my
give us a
life at
call.
risk here, or anyone else trying to do some of these ventures. And, that's something we have to consider, too, when we're out doing some, ridiculousness.
Well, there was a time that a lot of people were hiking without really taking the safety measures and precautions. And there was a period of time where they were rescuing hikers. And it was almost like the rescue of shame, because the hikers took great pride in the fact that they've conquered so many different terrain, right? And so to be pulled out because they got lost in the bruh, do you remember that time we got pulled off that hiking trail? I mean, there's a lot of
National Guard and everyone waiting for us. That's embarrassing.
That's some hike cred right there,
Bro,
right? So
I'm good.
that they were avid. The Lake Michigan overlook in the Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore in Michigan, and the sand dune that cost $3,000 to get rescued. Thank you. I knew that you would get it.
In Michigan.
Lake Michigan.
No kidding.
Lake Michigan.
I'm good.
Overlook in the sleep. Look it up. It'll freak you out. Just that.
Good.
Yeah.
I got to save $3,000 to go hiking. I'm all right.
Yeah. I would.
How much
I'd
is
be
it to
like,
hike that trail? $3,000.
Can I put a down payment on
I
now?
know, right? It's like, dude, no, I'm good.
The descent and the climb.
I'm not up for that. I'm not dropping 3 racks on that.
It
No.
looks like it would be easy to do. You know what I mean? But thank you.
No, I'm good. No, thank you. I'll pass. I'll be at the top. Let me know.
There's
how
the
that
other
went.
one. Where's that other one? The incline.
Incline.
There's another one,
Okay.
an incline. It's steps that take you all the way to the top, and it's like 28,000 feet. Something crazy. Not 28,000, but 2,800 feet.
No.
Or 28,000 steps or something dumb like that. It's
Yeah,
like
that's
crazy.
an easy
Yeah.
pass.
Yeah,
Easy
that's
pass.
another one.
That's
There's
an
also
easy
stuff,
pass.
that one's in Hawaii, but
I'm good.
Anyway.
I got Marble Cave. That's as good as it's going to get for me. I'm like, we got Marble Cave. That's good, We don't need to venture too far now. Come on, guys.
This is it. It
That's
looks
it.
like you can make it up. It looks like you can. It looks like you can make it down easy. Look at that. See how steep it is to go down, and then once you get down there, some people they say the water is excellent. It's a great treat to be in the water. Then they got to realize I got to go. Look how high that is. They realize I had to go back up the hill.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
And you're going to swim. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
No,
you're gonna swim.
I'm
Yeah.
okay.
The
Oh,
guy
gosh.
says she wants to know if you've hiked the 1,000 steps.
1,000.
in Paget.
In
Minganao.
No, I have not. There's 1,000 steps
Yeah,
here
there
too.
is. There's 1,000 steps.
Dang, there's some workout areas here. Look, we're paying gym memberships, and let's just go to Pocket. Like, come on, Pat.
Next to the golf course, she
Next
said.
to the golf course. No, I have not.
Not even thought about it.
I didn't know it existed.
Well,
I had no idea.
Oh, hang on.
I did not know it existed.
Well, I'll tell you what.
There's 1,000 steps in Pocket. Okay, I can. You know what? I have not done that, but I think I'll be all right doing that. I think
I've done 10,000 steps
I think I
walking
can do
through the airports to the rental car place. I've done it. I've done 10,000 steps just trying to get to my next flight.
Gate 36B.
For the day, I've done 10,000 steps, but I was actually proud of myself for having done that. But I couldn't feel my feet or my dog for a few days.
I will not.
No, I'm not down for that. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of places to see. We're happy to be talking to people who have a new, fresh set of eyes on something that people like us sort of drive by. We don't ever stop to think. And then they're eating at these places. I'm like, wow, I never knew that was there. Let's go check it out. So they're influencing others. There's just, I'm probably stuck in the algorithm of Guam. GVB should probably look at some of these videos if they're not already. I think that Jenna probably has a good pulse of what is, what these visitors are saying that are now becoming residents. And we'll catch up with that
guys.
topic.
Save me some gas and money. Let me know what it tastes like. You go first.
That's what Dice just said. I said, anybody try and use this? Anybody trying to use this new water cooler out in the office? She's like, nope. I said,
you're courageous.
She said, she goes, you're courageous. I said, it's water.
It's water.
And I said, did anybody else drink? She goes, Spell. And I said, is he dead? She goes, nope. I said, we're good.
We're good. Spell's still alive. We're all right. We can do it.
Yeah, don't trust Dice. She's gonna make you go first. You go first. I could see us walking to Oka Point. She's like, I'm right behind you.
I'm right behind you. I'm still up here. I did not move yet. I'm lying.
How's it going? Is it good down there? That's what she'd be doing. And I'm over there going, man, how did I get duped into doing this?
You can do it, Patti.
Yeah. I don't need a cheerleader, man. I need a rescue helicopter.
You can do it.
Shut up with your positive affirmations. It's about 6:48, so let's go ahead and take that long-awaited break, right? Okay, we'll be right back.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Good morning, Guam. Hop a day, everyone. Let's go ahead and see how traffic is looking. It's about 6:49 in the morning, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. All you got to do is head to guamautospot.com. All right, friends, we're looking at Route 3 this morning. It looks like traffic is moving nicely along Route 3. No delays getting around Finagayan as well as Estumbo. Hopping on to East Sangsonga Road this morning, traffic is looking just as great. You will find a little delay coming around Anderson Air Force Base as folks are heading into the main gate. You will find some northbound traffic on that side. Machechi Road is looking beautiful this morning, as well as folks getting along Route 1 in Dedido coming around the Micronesia Mall. Upper Tumon traffic is just as light as folks getting around to Mooning this morning. It looks like we don't have any delays over on that end, as well as Hagåtña's looking nice. Mongmong, Tutu, Mighty, that's going to be along Route 8. We do have some northbound traffic along Route 8 this morning. Barragata as well as Manilao traffic is just as light. We do have school buses that are making rounds this morning, so we just want to remind everyone to watch your speed limit coming around these bus stops as well as the school zones. Let's keep our eyes on the road to make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's allow some braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. Aside from that, we should have ourselves a safe Thursday morning. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Remember, FBI.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Groovy, baby. You know, 7 minutes now before 10 o'clock. You were just talking about something. I wanted to call attention to something about Dolly Parton's death yesterday. What was the first song that she played?
First song. What was our first song? I Will Always Love You.
No.
Nope. Jolene.
No.
9 to 5? 9 to 5.
Guess what date she died?
Was it 9 to 5? What? The 26th. August
But
26th.
in the States, it was 9 to 5.
Stop
it!
Patty,
Stop it!
Quit.
Yeah.
It
was 9 to 5.
That's wild.
When Dolly Parton died.
Oh my gosh! You know what? That's pretty.
That's really
goosebumps, man.
I know.
That is wild. That's unbelievable.
So many people were affected with her death that she just showing just how important she was to the world.
I will never forget her. I'll do a rosary all the time. I can't. Hey, it's 9 to 5. It's Dolly Parton's rosary today. 9 to 5.
925 rosaries.
I would not forget that. I can't mess that one up.
So the governor even thought it was important you point out.
I love our governor. Good job, governor.
She ordered the
Great job, governor.
She ordered all of the flags to be flown.
Didn't she? Yeah. I love that. I got emotional. I was like, oh, the flags are going down. Dolly Parton.
So another 80-year-old person died today as well.
No.
The following day.
Okay, do we know them?
I do. I'm not sure whether or not you know him. Tim Curry.
I know him.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
The Rocky Horror Picture Show.
The Rocky Horror.
Okay, that's a period movie. Yes, he's an actor.
He's an actor.
I know him as Rooster Hannigan.
Rooster Hannigan.
And Annie.
Annie.
The movie Annie with Bernadette Peters. And Carol Burnett. I watched
not the Jamie Foxx one.
No.
I wouldn't get that.
Oh
one.
God, no! This was in the 80s.
Jamie Foxx.
Oh, I only know this movie because Cerise was obsessed with it.
Really?
Obsessed with it.
Annie.
We know all of the words
all
to the
movie.
We know all of the songs. We quote that movie all the time.
That's why you got to watch The Last House. That's the movie that got him through it. Lord. Oh my God, Patty.
So in our house, it's a family thing in our house, and I swear to God, I don't know if anybody else does this, but when there's a scene in there where
Annie?
there's an envelope that has to be opened.
Okay.
And there's a part where that he's trying to open it, and he makes this sound. He goes, zzz, 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 and he's pulling this envelope apart,
right?
And it leads into this song called, it's a musical, so it leads into the song called Easy Street. Every time it comes for a reveal in our family, like, hey, look what I got, like, what'd you get? And they're like, zzz, zzz. The big reveal, and no one gets it. Absolutely, nobody would get it if you hear us saying it. But he was such a good actor, and I mean, he was such a great actor. But he died at 80 years old, and so he just didn't look good for the 80-year-olds, huh?
He played the dad in Annie.
He played the brother of.
He was Annie's brother.
No. He played the sister of Mrs. Hannigan, who was the She ran an orphanage, so she was the mother of the orphanage, and she was abusive to the kids.
Okay.
And to Annie as well.
What is his name again?
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
He played Rooster.
Tim Curry. Okay.
And
all
it's
right.
just a really it was just one of those quirky, over the top villain type of movies. It was really good. It's a musical, so you really got to be into that.
Oh, that's It.
Yes.
Stephen King's It.
No.
He played the clown.
Oh, Tim Curry.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that.
He was the clown.
No
on
way.
It. Patty, give me a movie. Like, come on, dude. Like,
Rocky
work
Horror
with me
Picture
here.
Show.
He was the clown on It.
He played Wadsworth in Clue, the movie. That was another 80s movie.
Home Alone. Okay. Like, Patty, you got to give me some movies.
Oh, I'm
man.
sorry. I didn't watch him in all of those.
No. Well, okay. I see it. The Rocky Horror Picture. He was in Clue. He was in Legend, 1985.
Legend.
Yeah, I would.
Okay,
I didn't do that one.
I didn't read that
Fern
one.
Gully. Didn't know that one.
Clue, Legend.
No.
Oh, okay. The
All
Three
right.
Musketeers.
Three Musketeers.
He was the Cardinal.
Yeah. See, I see. Okay. Here's.
Oh,
Annie.
yeah, he was. He was Mr. Hector in the Home Alone 2.
Right.
Where at the Plaza Hotel, he was the concierge.
That's the one.
He was cute. He was funny in that
Okay.
movie. That's the kind of thing that he plays.
Okay. Oh.
Charlie's Angels from 2000. Okay.
Okay. Oh, really?
Oh, Pennywise in It is one of the most famous performances. It was originally a TV miniseries, not a theatrical movie. So It in 1990. Pennywise in 1990?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not even realize.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the one. Stephen King's. Oh, man, that's horrible.
Yeah, anyway.
This is a bad year for Hollywood.
And he was 80.
Yeah, we lost a lot of greats this year, Patty. It's been a tough year.
Yeah,
We
it's
lost a lot of greats, man.
Who did? Who?
Who?
She died on.
Who died?
Oh,
Jane-
shoot. Yeah, that's right.
No, who died?
No, oh.
Come
It
on,
wasn't
tell us.
925. It was 825. Somebody's correcting me. August was 8.
We want it to be 9 to 5.
We want it to be 9
We
to 5.
wanted it 9 to 5, but we get it. It's
I just
8
read
to
that on TikTok.
That's
There's like it
okay.
was 925. Like,
I
oh, that
like-
makes a lot of sense. But she didn't. She died at 825.
I would still remember. It's okay. We'll still remember.
825.
We'll do it.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then they did like what was it? They did the Eiffel Tower in New York. It's all pink. Did you see that one? That was really nice. Wow, I was like,
I saw one TikTok of the little girl walking with her father to the Empire State Building because
Okay.
at 9:25,
okay,
they
lit-
wanted they lit the top of the Empire State Building and it was pink. A lot of cities did that too.
Nice.
They and then there was interviews all over the place.
I love that. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's always these little key. I love that. Great job, world.
Absolutely,
the world
great job.
did her right. You know what? I think Dolly Parton would be proud of us. Dolly Parton would be proud of us. We are gonna.
She
miss
didn't
her.
even know us, but she was always, thinking of the people, always wondering and thinking and doing. She was like one of those philanthropists that didn't tell everybody what she did. She just sort of did it.
Just had a heart of gold. I mean, aside from just her music alone, I mean, all the organizations that she's done. I mean, like, she's one of those, I mean, what was it? It was the wildfires that she donated like $1,000 to all the victims of the wildfires. She's one of those. I love those. I love those guys.
Yep.
You know what? Heaven's got an angel. Not that
Look
they
at
don't need
that.
anymore. Heaven's got an angel.
Rick said to tell you about Lost Pond.
Lost Pond. Lost Pond.
It's NCS, Tangeeson.
Patty, keyword is lost. That's what I say. Come on, guys. I mean, like, let's go to the Forbidden Island. Like, dude, forbidden, bro. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's do the math.
There's nothing
here.
that says don't go there more than the word forbidden. How many more times do you want us to say do not go there?
Forbidden Island. They're like, let's go swim. No, it says forbidden. Like Lost Palm. Let's go swim in the Lost
Oh
Pond.
my God!
No,
I can't. I can't.
It's like,
We're never going to exercise. I feel it.
no.
We're never going to exercise going to these places.
I'll be like, Rick, I will be missed. Okay, they're gonna be flagging staffs,
We'll be-
and everything. Flagging staffs. You know what I meant to say.
There'll be staff and flags. And then we're gonna have to do the top of the Bank of Guam red and gold for the 49ers. That's what we're gonna have to do in honor of Dice. Whop your jaws, Glenn Lujan, with all your fancy little jabs at the 49ers yesterday.
Right. What was?
Glenn's got an attitude issue. It's got an attitude.
He was hitting them yesterday.
He was having a good time. We're talking about one of our colleagues in sales that just kept dogging the 49ers on our chat yesterday.
Dude,
but
the 49ers owner, though, what is
Yeah, bro.
Patty, I'm hurting right now. They're like so diced. Like, first of all, okay, that wasn't Kittle. Okay, it wasn't Brock Purdy. It was the damn owner.
I know, but still,
Right?
yeah.
That's horrible.
That's horrible. Yeah, we got to hit that news, Mel. It's 7 o'clock now. KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. A federal judge is removing a major legal roadblock to President Trump's order for restricting mail-in voting. The AP's Sagar Magani has the story.
The judge in Boston says she'll remove an injunction blocking the Postal Service from carrying out the president's executive order. That came days after the Supreme Court ruled the judge's similar injunction in a separate case against the order was premature. Her move came hours after several Democratic state officials filed another suit against the directive, in another sign of how the High Court's ruling is injecting confusion into the midterms. More challenges are likely, days before the first ballots are set to be sent. Sagar Magani, Washington.
Meta has agreed to pay $17 billion and add child safety measures to its Facebook and Instagram platforms to end a landmark trial over teen social media addiction and settle claims filed by 47 states. William Tong is Connecticut's Attorney General.
Meta, Instagram, Facebook, and its peers in the industry, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, have for years strip mined the souls of America's children for money.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says the changes will protect children.
For all users under 18, Meta has agreed to set a default daily time limit of 2 hours that will drop to 1 hour if other social media platforms agree to similar terms.
The deal cut short the trial, which was expected to see CEO Mark Zuckerberg take the stand before a jury in federal court in California. At least 160 people were killed after flash floods in Nepal and China. The now 18-year-old cousin of a 10-year-old Wisconsin girl killed in 2022 pleaded guilty to first-degree intentional homicide and received a life prison sentence. This is AP News. New Englanders are getting creative in combating an invasive green crab.
The invasive European green crab has long been a nuisance in New England, hurting local fisheries, damaging ecosystems. With warming waters, their numbers overwhelmed other species. A female green crab can lay about 180,000 eggs.
Green crabs are a horribly invasive species that have been here for 200 years now.
Mike Macy with Southern Maine Sustainable Shellfish.
Just about everyone hates them, and we're trying to turn them into a premium seafood product.
Restaurants are designing dishes around the crabs.
We like the idea of soft shell crab because after the crab molts and it's got a paper-thin shell, you can fry it or saute it and consume the entire animal's shell and all.
The aggressive harvesting has paid off.
Places where we never saw a lobster or a native rock crab, we're coming up, our traps are coming up loaded with lobsters and rock crab.
I'm Lisa Dwyer.
I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Buenas and half a day. This is Isa Cruz from the National Weather Service with your morning weather outlook. Today is Thursday, August 27th. An active but disorganized monsoon pattern continues to bring periods of scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms this week. Locally heavy showers remain possible through at least Friday, as we anticipate a slight northward shift in the monsoon trough over the next day or so. Light to moderate winds and combined seas of 3 to 5 feet are expected today. Primary west to southwest swell begins to build surf and seas Friday night and over the weekend as a renewed monsoon surge develops to the west. Currently, there is a moderate risk of rip currents along north, west, and south-facing reefs. Surf can be up to 5 or 6 feet and can support stronger or more frequent rip currents. Beachgoers should keep in mind that there is a moderate risk of lightning over the next few days. For the latest weather and marine forecasts, visit our webpage at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Sitsus Maasi.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care.
Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Hafide Guam. Good morning, everyone. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It is 7:06 on a Thursday, August 27th. You can find us streaming online. You can get us on the World Wide Web at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. It's starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today, customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
The Edge of Heaven, Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. introduces you to the fifth dimension, where you find a greater appreciation for everything in your life. Find more consciousness of the bigger picture. Bring yourself more power, along with the intuition on how to guide that power, bringing you to a place of independent contentment. Give you the key to overcome sorrow, always encouraging honesty and self-acceptance, revealing that everything you seek outside yourself is right inside. Your limited identification will dissolve, and it will expand into a greater field of awareness. You will realize and remember that it is all God, even when it doesn't feel like God. Every Friday evening from 6 to 8 on Wave 105, join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, sponsored by Jay Goodman and Osmujao Community School.
Good morning, Guam. Hafide, everyone. Welcome to Mornings with Patti. It's the Wave 105 FM. We have 11 minutes after 7 o'clock this morning. Let's go ahead and see how traffic is looking. It is a Thursday on the Wave 105 FM. Your traffic report right now is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule that test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. Just head to guamautospot.com. We're going to cruise along Route 2 this morning, getting around Humatek. It looks like traffic is moving nicely through that area, as well as Hoggett and Santa Rita this morning. coming around that naval base, you will find some southbound traffic. PD is looking really good right now. No delays getting around Asan as well as Nimitz Hill up and around the Naval Hospital or cruising through Anigua. You will have a nice and smooth drive through there. Maina is looking just as great. Folks in Hagatna as well as Sinahanya, you're going to have a nice and even flow there. Ordot is looking just as good. Chalampago hopping onto Route 10 in Manilao. A little delay there, but traffic is still light on Route 10 in Manilao as well as Paragata. Route 8, that's going to be Mongmong to Mighty, looking really good right now, as well as folks along Route 16. Just want to remind everyone, we got school buses making rounds, so please watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure that you're not texting and driving. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you, as we still got wet roads this morning. It is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflections so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Hot beat so smooth, I'm rolling.
Da-da-da-da. It is 7:15 here on Mornings with Patti. It's the 27th of August, closing in at the end of the month.
Yesterday was 9 to 5.
In the States.
I'm sticking to it. They're like, no, it wasn't 9, it was 8. You know, and it was 9 to 5.
I tried to push the theory that Dolly Parton died on 9/25, and that was completely wrong because I forgot that we're in August. But she might die again in 9/25 if
reincarnation.
if I only had my facts correct. There was another casualty of the CNMI economy with the announcement. It was in the Mariana's Variety. And actually, you were the one who gave me the heads
our
up.
island's hurting.
Bank of Saipan has announced that it's going to be closing its Rota branch beginning the end of this year. The Bank of Saipan's president, John Arroyo, is on the line with us this morning. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Patty.
How you doing?
Okay.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right. Well, I get that. That's a good. That's kind of a good thing to say, considering you're living in a place now permanently. Well, you have been living several years now in Saipan, and steadily watched how that economy has changed. You personally have probably felt that. The pressure of having to live in a place and much less keep up deposits and investments into the Bank of Saipan in the CNMI. What's that feel like to be? Are you keeping your head above water? Are you kind of, feeling like the water's going to somehow eventually submerge? Or do you hold out great hope that you'll be walking on water again?
Well, no, there's no way it's going to submerge. And yeah, I think us, along with everybody else, is holding out hope that we'll be swimming nicely through smooth waters. It's just that in this interim, we've all got to do what we need to do in treading water, if you want to continue that analogy. And it's tough, and it gets tougher day by day. And the effects are obvious. Business closures, people leaving the island, businesses that are surviving are tightening their belt and trying to do just the things that they need to do to keep their operations going. This is not unusual to Saipan. They've had their economic ups and downs. And it'll rebound. We know it will. The good thing about it is the economy is so small. And so it doesn't take a whole lot to rejuvenate it. And so we're just waiting for that thing to come along, that'll give us the boost that we need to start moving forward.
The closure of Rota is not necessarily indicator that the Bank of Saipan is going to go away anytime soon from the CNMI.
Well, absolutely not. I mean, we're the home bank. We're the only. Well, first of all, we're the only local bank on Saipan, and this is our home base. We don't do any business anywhere but in the CNMI. So we're here to stay. As Saipan does well, the bank does well, and vice versa. So, I mean, we're doing okay. And I think that's what everybody else operating in here in Saipan is saying. And we're holding our own. But there are certain areas within the CNMI, certain islands within the CNMI that are more hardest hit from the economic turndown. And unfortunately, Rota, being the beautiful island that it is one of those islands that, just doesn't seem to have anything that will help the economy, at least in the short run, move forward. And so that decision that we made was one that we agonized over for many, many years. And we held out as long as we possibly could. And, there's just the recent events that had occurred more or less forced our hand and kind of made it impossible to ignore that we do need to exit the Rota market, for now at least. And we hope to get back sometime.
The Mariana's Variety is saying that you're still keeping your business license active, and then there is a consideration that returning would be a reality if the conditions improve. What would improve these conditions? I mean, Saipan is one thing. Like you said, Rota is an entirely different thing. What are they relying on in Rota that would boost their economy if there's so much of a brain drain?
That's the $1 million question. And if I knew that answer, then
I'd still be
a politician.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Rota a small island, small economy, and one of the detrimental things that had happened recently is a concerning decline in the population, and as the community starts to shrink, right, it can only support so much business. There are 2 banks on Rhoda, and the size of that population just can't support 2 banks. Mm-hmm. So, aside from something, a shot in the arm that will jumpstart the Rhoda's economy, we need to see a return of people, or at least a rebuilding of the population, so much so that there's enough business on island for 2 banks to successfully operate.
Because you have for 33 years there, so that's a big difference. John, you're also a member of the Saipan Chamber of Commerce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I wonder, in your conversations, when a bank doesn't necessarily see recovery on the horizon for several years, would this not be an economic alarm bell for policymakers in the CNI? Not necessarily another business decision that was made.
Well, yeah, but we're one of many businesses in the chamber. We're one of many businesses in the CNMI that that do see what's happening and are trying to project out the future. And right now, although there's plenty of hope for some of the things that are happening now to finally come to fruition, at this point in time, it's tough, for us to say, okay, we can continue on at this level, and wait it out. The decisions are either to close down completely or to pull back. And so we're not the only one seeing this as a reality. Everybody that I know in businesses basically has the same idea. The chamber has the same idea in mind, but it's not like people are sitting back and waiting for things to happen. We're all trying to do what we can do to keep things going or to provide ideas on what we should be doing or the direction we should be going, to help the economy get better.
And right now you're in the middle of an election period, as we are over here for a new governor. I don't expect you to speak for the chamber. However, it would be in the chamber's best interest to see what the policies will be of these campaigns. What they're saying on the trail about the comeback. Obviously the comeback has got to come sooner than later. And there are still people who are vying to run this Commonwealth when things are at its lowest. And the typhoons that we've had in the past couple of years haven't helped that situation. So your hands are tied on how much you can blame on typhoons. It's just the downturn of the economy for a number of factors. Are you looking at the best person to run the CNMI and the governor's office as another great hope that things are going to turn around?
Do you mean individually, or is the chamber as a group looking at it?
Well, I know you can't speak for the chamber, but I'm sure the conversation has been, the same. That businesses only can hope that the policies that are created by an incoming leadership would be beneficial to them and their businesses and the economy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, that's the hope of everybody here to identify that one candidate that, will support the ideas that we have for ourselves and for business in general. The chamber does have a close working relationship through partnership with members of the chamber and members of the business community on an economic council where we're able to express our thoughts and ideas and what we think would be, best for businesses, along with the other partners that are sitting on that council. So, we do have a voice there, and hopefully, with the new administration, that that channel of communication will remain open.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the best way you could have said that. It gets deep
What's
over
the
there.
truth?
I mean, no, I mean, it gets pretty deep over there in politics. You know, it's a delicate balance, right? Well, listen, John, I appreciate this. I know that the story in Mariana's Variety interviewed a few people. There was one business owner who said, "Listen, I don't deposit into the Bank of Saipan, but it is an indicator of how tough things are." And this also means that there's going to be a transition with employees. What's going to be the status of employees that run the place now and have been for years?
Oh, well, we've kind of downsized a lot over the last couple of years, and right now I think we have like 3 part-time employees. So, I mean, they have other means of income because they were only working with us part-time. So, they should be okay. We have designed a severance package for them in recognition of the loyalty and the hard work that they've done. And, of course, we thank them for their time and their loyalty and their devotion to the bank. They were, our face in the community, our backbone in the community, and we really appreciate everything that they've done for us.
Well, we appreciate this, John. Thanks so much. It's always a pleasure to interview you. This will go down in the family history books. How many times did you interview John Arroyo? Plenty. And this is another good one. Thanks, JY. I'll talk to you soon. Take good care.
Okay, Patty.
All right, no
Bye-bye.
problem. Patty! I was just saying, I said when you're interviewing your older brother who has a big, fancy, and important job, and you can't joke around about that time he hung out of the back of our station wagon in 1960-something, nearly giving my mother a heart attack. Trying to be serious about the Bank of Saipan. Well, he's a professional guy. He's a great guy. I appreciate that. It's at the bottom of the hour now. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And on this other side, we just got a last-minute interview with Neil Weir from Equally American. I want to talk to him about a new policy that might help us all with this whole thing about citizenship in the territories. We'll be right back.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovWam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Yes, indeed, Guam Hoffaday, everyone. Let's do some traffic for you right now on the Wave 105 FM. Good morning, everyone. It's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule that test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also check out our website. Just head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, looks like traffic is beginning to pick up. That's going to be coming along Route 1 this morning. Traffic flowing in and out of Jigo, trying to get through Dedido this morning, as well as East Sang Song Road, up and around Kaiser, as well as Lada this morning in Dedido. It looks like we got some delays there, as well as folks that are going southbound along Route 3 this morning, coming around the GRMC, that's Guam Regional Medical City, up and around the Micronesia Mall this morning, Ben and Yan, some north and southbound there, as well as folks getting in and out of Harmon this morning. McDonald's intersection, north and southbound. Looking at Hamburger Road, we got some tighter delays there. Route 16 traffic seems to be moving nicely, getting around St. Paul Christian School. That will be done with ease this morning. Up and around 76 Circle K, dancing around Capitol Kitchen, working your way towards the airport. You will find some wait time along Teton this morning, as well as folks along Route 1, getting along South Marine Corps Drive into Mooning. That's going to be swimming around Megabyte this morning, Ocopelas into Mooning, or around St. Anthony's. You will find some north and southbound traffic there. It looks like lower Tumon traffic is moving nicely along Polly San Vitores Road. We just want to remind everyone to watch your speed limit this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. We are expecting scattered showers today and thunderstorms. Partly sunny, though. We got highs around 86 degrees. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. This is Mornings with Patti. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back.
Hey, Haggadah! Get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
The Edge of Heaven, Friday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. introduces you to the fifth dimension, where you find a greater appreciation for everything in your life. Find more consciousness of the bigger picture. Bring yourself more power, along with the intuition on how to guide that power, bringing you to a place of independent contentment. Give you the key to overcome sorrow, always encouraging honesty and self-acceptance, revealing that everything you seek outside yourself is right inside. Your limited identification will dissolve, and it will expand into a greater field of awareness. You will realize and remember that it is all God, even when it doesn't feel like God. Every Friday evening from 6 to 8 on Wave 105, join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, sponsored by Jay Goodman and Asmujao Community School.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
.35 now. Here we go. On a Thursday morning, Dice says the weather's going to be gorgeous. Okay, well, then I'm taking your word for it. Different things happening on another front. We're going to speak now with Neil Weir, the co-founder and co-director of the Fight A Right to Democracy. I feel like that's like shortens the many titles that you have had or ways to describe you, Neil Weir. Aside from a former Agate resident and a long-distance runner and a former spokesperson for Madeline Bordallo, there's a lot. There's a lot that you've done for the advancement of Guam. You've just, excuse me, sent me a article that by Advancing American Freedom and the Edwin Meese that their Institute on Insular Cases to call on Congress to restrict citizenship in U.S. Territories. Give me the synopsis of it. I read the article, but I want to hear from what your take is and what makes this new.
Yeah, absolutely, and glad to hear the weather's improved. I saw the story that there was 7 inches of rain in the south. My parents still live in Santa Rita.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was pretty shocked by that.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I just actually, by the way, let me just put, because it's fresh in my mind, I did reach Father Paul Goff again because we were saying that he was walking on water. He was one of those photos in
Passing by the zoo,
and he said, I didn't see the sign because there was too much water. Oh. So there, he explained why he was in a flood zone walking. Anyway, so this has something. This is following Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship for the territories. This is the Citizenship for the Territories Act. So what does this new report say?
Yeah, so this is really a drumbeat that we've seen since the Supreme Court's decision in Trump v. Barbara reaffirming the constitutional right to birthright citizenship was decided in late June. That same day, Vice President J.D. Vance on Fox News told viewers that he thought it would be, quote, a good idea to restrict citizenship in U.S. territories based on the insular cases. And then just a few weeks later, we saw this congressional bill introduced by the Virginia congressman, the End Birthright Citizenship for Territories Act, which again, relying on these controversial insular cases decisions, would have limited citizenship in the territories, potentially for anyone born starting next year. Very poorly worded and poorly crafted piece of legislation.
This is Congressman Griffith you're talking about, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Who says that he's still advancing?
Later was the Trump executive order, which specifically focused on people born in territories not recognized as citizens by federal statute. Presumably that was referring to American Samoa, but with this legislation pending in Congress, perhaps it could also refer to other territories down the road. And so what we've seen with this report that just came out yesterday is more of a kind of intellectual or legal and policy foundation for these legislative and executive actions. This is a very prominent conservative think tank in Washington, D.C., actually founded by former Vice President Mike Pence. Very well funded, has a lot of prominent legal scholars and others that are a part of it. And so, it really makes clear that this is something that the conservative legal movement in Washington is really thinking deeply about. This isn't just a whim of a single legislator in Virginia or even, the whim of the President of the United States. This is part of a broader effort, and for better or worse, it doesn't seem to be slowing down. So it's very troubling, and this foundational idea set forth in this report that under the insular cases, Congress has the broad power not just to turn citizenship on and off, but really to do whatever it wants in the territories, which the report calls, quote, possessions, is quite troubling.
The argument here is because Guam is an unincorporated territory, citizenship here comes largely through the act of Congress, which is what we all know. And if Congress gave it, this report then says Congress can change it, and for who gets in the future. And so it's a call to that action.
Exactly, and that's so. I mean, the report specifically says, quote, the federal government has never considered persons born within the unincorporated territories to be U.S. citizens by virtue of the 14th Amendment. Right to democracy on on behalf of over 20 current and former elected officials in the territories, filed an amicus brief in the Barbara case, arguing that under the 14th Amendment, which says if you're born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, you have a constitutional right to citizenship, should mean that whether you're born in a state or territory, that's in the United States, and Congress should have no power to restrict rights that the Constitution grants. The Supreme Court's decision in Barbara was very far-reaching.
Mm-hmm.
They said, anyone born on American soil that is required to follow American law is an American citizen. It's very clear in what it held. While it didn't specifically address the question of citizenship in U.S. territories, the language was very strong in embracing this idea that, again, we've long argued, that under the 14th Amendment, whether you're born in a state or territory, you have a constitutional right to citizenship that no Congress or president can take away.
Right. Why should a baby born on Guam have fewer constitutional protections than if it was born in California? And so this makes this bigger than an immigration issue. It sounds like because,
absolutely.
Okay, if you accept the argument that Congress has special powers over Guam because we're a territory, the conversation isn't only about citizenship anymore. It's about how much power that Washington has over people living here and how much of the Constitution actually protects us, which brings us to a comment by one attorney who wrote to me just now. They want to limit citizenship in the territory so they can do whatever they want with mining or other natural resources without regarding the citizens living in those territories. People need to wake up. How will this is a new report, you said, by a conservative think tank, which is unusual, all in itself. So it gives a little more credibility and credit to the fight by right to democracy. And so how would that translate into, Griffith says, he told the PDN or he told the Guam Daily Post, I'm sorry, I don't remember which was the media,
Sure.
but he said there's been no indication that Moylan has stopped it in its tracks despite his comments that he brought it to Mike Johnson. It's not going to go anywhere. He says he's still trying to find the sponsors and he's moving ahead with this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
and things like this report, again, suggest, there's a broader effort here. This isn't just, one Virginia congressman.
Right.
And, I saw those same reports from Congressman Moylan. We've spoken with him, and he shared that with us as well. And I'm glad to see, him reaching out to Republican leadership on this. I'd appreciate if Griffith would have talked to Congressman Moylan before moving forward, and would certainly appreciate if he gave some respect to Congressman Moylan for his own district, much less Congresswoman King-Hines, both Republicans. I certainly, knowing Congressman Moylan, I don't think he would introduce a bill impacting this Virginia congressman's district without first giving him the respect of having a conversation, or would even defer to him. And so when you see things like this Trump executive order, which almost seems to invite congressional legislation on this issue, and then a report like this from a very prominent and influential think tank in Washington that has lots of connections in Congress, it really does raise the question of, what might this Republican Congress try to push through in the remaining months? And what, if anything, can a non-voting delegate do to stop that if the President of the United States and prominent members of the Republican Party and conservative groups are committed to seeing this through? So, we're working to try to push back in Congress and organize advocacy pushing back on all of this, as well as continuing to litigate these issues in court. We do think after Trump v. Barbara, there is a very strong winning argument here that, again, whether you're born in a state or territory, the Constitution does not allow Congress to turn the right of citizenship on or off, much less the president. But it's something, that the community needs to come together on. Because as you said, and I've heard from some people, like, oh, well, this is just they're just trying to address the citizenship of children of immigrants. So, it won't affect my children, so why should I care?
Yeah, it goes beyond immigration,
you kind of
doesn't it?
see those posts on social media.
Yeah.
And the answer, as you said, is this is really an issue about the scope of federal power.
Mm-hmm.
Does Congress have the power to turn citizenship on or off for anybody? And if they have the power to turn it on and off for children of immigrants, then they also have the power to turn it on and off for anyone. And reading the legislation, again, it's very poorly drafted. That's exactly what the text of that legislation would do. It doesn't draw distinctions in terms of the amendments it makes on whose rights to citizenship it would impact. But even if it did, again, what's really concerning is it's this claim of broad unilateral federal power to change the rights to citizenship in Guam, and including the NMI, where the covenant actually requires mutual consent. So that's a whole other issue of, does this raise questions about whether Congress will respect that negotiated agreement that any change to citizenship would require mutual consent between the United States and the government of the NMI.
Why should Washington even have greater power over a child born in Guam if the Supreme Court says the federal government can't simply, like you say, redefine birthright citizenship for children born in the States? Does this all just, underneath all of it, it's insular cases?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's things like this that breathe new life into that colonial framework, which was grounded in racism towards the people of Guam and other territories. And we've had, over the last 5 years, conservative and liberal Supreme Court justices speak out against the insular cases. And so, this is a bit of a pushback against that trend. And so it makes it even more important for Guam's leaders and leaders in other territories and the community to have their voice heard. We're organizing a petition to push back against this broad claim of power from Congress and the President on our website, righttodemocracy.us. We also have a citizenship survey. We're looking to hear what community members think about these actions. We'd love to hear what people think. And then, of course, as I said, we're working on different advocacy strategies with our community partners to continue fighting against this broad claim of federal power, whether it's citizenship, deep sea mining, the upcoming Supreme Court argument in the Patti Guahan case dealing with open detonation of ordnance. There's all these actions where the federal government kind of says we have the power to do whatever we want, regardless of what you might want. And in situations like this, with the citizenship clause, with federal statutes like the National Environmental Protection Act, the federal government just doesn't have that power.
Yeah. Like you said, you're breathing new life into some of these dusty old insular cases. But for Guam, it's not history. We live it, and it's obvious how we're living it now with everything that's happening around us that we have no control over. Birthright citizenship, we're dealing with deep sea mining and, auctioning off this, underwater property, and then telling us about it after the fact, after the leases are already awarded, then, we'll tell you what's going on. It's tough to listen to it, and Guam really does have to pay attention. And Neil Weir, you bring it home a lot of times because Guam is your home, and we appreciate you having the time to take with us this morning. I know you're busy. Thanks so much for letting us talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Neil Weir, he's got a lot of titles, but he's been an advocate for the fairness and the equity of American citizens who live in the territories. starting off obviously with Guam because he is a Southern boy. Gotcha. I said agate, but it's Santa Rita. I apologize. Okay. There's a big line there between Santa Rita and agate. You don't want to mess that. Want to mess that line? It's like Tumon and Tamuning.
Hey, get it right. Tamunang.
Tamunang. Yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Anyway, so that's.
Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it because he's been busy. So Father Paul says he's laughing at the part that I said that you were walking on water next to a sign that said flood zone. So we wanted to ask you what happened, and he's laughing. And then he wrote, I didn't see the sign because of the rain and water. The flash flood came so quickly, thus the word flash.
He was on a mission. He's like, look,
He was carrying his
I am going to
cassocks and everything. The water's not taking my sacramental garb.
He's like, look, I serve the Lord. Let's go. I'm not mad at you at all. He's like, I'm on a mission. Go and
That's
get
so
it,
funny.
Father. Okay.
Get it, Father.
Get it, Father.
It's about 8 minutes now before 8 o'clock in the morning. What? Oh, Nepal.
Yes, Nepal.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I know.
Nepal is one of those countries situated between big power players like India and China. This is, you see, if you really want to identify where it is, Nepal is where Mount Everest is.
Gotcha. Yes.
And they have these Gurkhas. These are these guys that go and they provide, because they know the terrain so well, they provide scouting and services for people who want to go climb Mount Everest.
Wow.
They're the guys that they hire. They lead you there, and they make sure that you're safe, and they get you involved in the terrain and all that stuff. But anyway, they had a huge flood.
Mudslides.
The video that I saw almost looked like it was an AI video.
That was ridiculous.
It's prone, that area that they're talking about is prone. It's valley, it's river, it's prone to flooding.
A lot of these storms are hard to imagine that this is happening, right? It's like, is that for real?
No, honestly, it was it was apocalyptic. The video I'm seeing, it looks like a camera is positioned up on a hill.
Yes.
Right, overlooking this town.
Yeah.
And the town has like a structure that must be about, I don't know, 5 stories high, maybe.
Yes.
And it's about 50 feet, right? And so you see these like little ants of people running away from this building, and wherever they're trying to seek refuge, they're not getting there fast enough. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see this huge wave of flood water overcome this building.
Unbelievable.
So higher than 50 feet.
For sure.
Right? Each floor is average 10 feet.
Sure.
So higher above this building, there was no higher ground to reach because they were in a valley. And they were just sprayed. I mean, an onslaught of this flood water that I think when I last looked at it was 72 people dead. What's your count now?
We're at 160 right now. Right? 160. What triggers this? Is this that climate change El Nino? Because we got to find another name for El Nino. Because this is we got to find El Nino. I mean, like, we got to find another name for what's going on with all these disasters.
Well, okay. You asked the question, and Reuters is answering it. What triggered the catastrophic flood on the Nepal Tibet border?
Okay.
Torrential floods swallowed roads, bridges, and houses, and power projects in the border, a major land crossing, blah, 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 blah. What caused it? It is suspected that an earthquake struck the region and triggered the lower part of a glacier to collapse on the Lende Kota River in Nepal, causing those floods. And that river runs through both Nepal and Tibet. Wow. It washed away a massive flash flood in the Himalayan region, nation of Nepal. I'm reading out of the story, so I'm going to give you many more details that I just said. Heavy casualties, foreigners that are missing. There are at least 484 travelers, including 105 Indians, 93 Nepalese, 3 U.S. citizens, and 12 British citizens reported missing. 8 South Koreans working on a hydropower plant were also unaccounted for. Others are 17 Malaysian nationals, 4 South Africans, and 1 person each from Australia and the Netherlands. They said they've warned that a second flood may occur since a blockage is still lodged upstream from that river. Flood alerts have been issued for the Indian states of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
As if one wasn't enough, they got to get another one. No, okay. So what was an earthquake?
They're still, they say it could have been an earthquake.
An earthquake is what they're looking at.
That's so frightening, man.
This is. I mean, if you get the mudslides, we haven't even hit the avalanches yet. You know what I mean? Because then the ground begins to soften, right?
Yeah.
That's no prayers, guys, prayers.
Heavy prayers. We need our prayer warriors, Patty.
Well, you know, they've there's different religions over there. I'm pretty sure that they're praying, you know, everybody's praying to their faith for this, but they've sent in rescue workers. It's just, you know, you know, you never hear about Nepal necessarily socially, because unless you see, you know, what's happening at Mount Everest. I think the situation here, because it's so far away, it doesn't feel like it. You can bring it. Well, we just had flash floods yesterday, and we saw what the damage that was done to cars that found themselves in the middle of a flash flood without any kind of warning other than please listen to the radio because there's flash flood warning, right? You don't have any warning over flood. They just show up in trickles, and then before you know it, it's a whole deluge. That over there, you know, in these countries where they don't have necessarily all of the modernization, their emergency response is compromised, obviously, because so many people in this town have been wiped out. They had to send rescue workers from China in order to help dig people up out of, you know, if they even survived it.
It's mud
at this point.
Yeah.
At this point.
And mud hardens, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
that mud's going to thicken. That's going to be a tough rescue operation.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard one. I'm sorry.
Well, listen, it's time for us to go ahead and take that break on for our AP News that's coming up, and some traffic with DICE, and the weather looking good today. We don't have to worry necessarily about a flash flood, but we are definitely keeping an eye on some of the stuff that's out there that people are looking at, and they're going, is that going to hit us? And so far, we're in a safe zone. So
that's what he did. The Father walked through the flood, and he parted the water, and now the sun is out today.
Father Paul has got it going on.
Father, get through that water, Father. Parted the water, then the sun came. I'm seeing like a something. Never mind. We're going to never mind. Just disregard
DICE did that.
Delete that.
DICE just did that.
Delete that.
She actually took a biblical story and applied it to Palanta Zotnia.
Yes.
How about that?
Yes,
well done, sister. Well done. Here's that AP News now. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Before Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg got a chance to testify at a trial in California, the company agreed to pay up to $18 billion and add stronger child safety measures to its Facebook and Instagram platforms. The trial was over teen social media addiction. Dan Rayfield is Oregon's Attorney General.
Meta built products that were designed to keep kids scrolling. And they knew the toll that it was taking on our children and our children's mental health. And in fact, what they did instead is they told parents and the public entirely something different.
For the states, the settlement delivers money for mental health programs for kids. States controlled by Democrats filed a new challenge to President Trump's executive order seeking to limit mail voting in this year's midterm elections. The 25 states are suing the Postal Service. Trial testimony is over in Massachusetts in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy.
Clancy is accused of strangling her 3 young children in a case that has drawn attention to postpartum mental health. She's pleaded not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. A forensic psychiatrist for the defense, Dr. Philip Resnick, testified that Clancy was experiencing postpartum psychosis at the time.
On January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic.
A forensic psychiatrist hired by the prosecution, Kirk Heilbrunn, testified that Clancy planned the killings and understood her actions were wrong.
My clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Closing arguments are scheduled to begin Thursday. Jurors must decide whether she was criminally responsible, and if so, exactly what crimes she committed. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A federal judge refused to order Texas to extradite an ICE officer charged with shooting and wounding a man in Minneapolis. This is AP News. Character actor Tim Curry has died. Here's the AP Sagar Magani.
Don't get strung up by the way I look.
Curry was the cross-dressing Dr. Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, the cult favorite rock musical.
There was a blessing in terms of it, you know, it was the first wave for me. It's a curse if people don't have the imagination to see beyond it.
Curry did move beyond it.
Oh, always look on the bright side of life.
Earning Tony nominations for Spamalot, Amadeus,
My favorite year.
and My Favorite Year, plus an Emmy nod. The man who created a whole gallery of loony villains was in a wheelchair after a 2012 stroke and died in Los Angeles at 80.
You look like you're both pretty groovy.
I'm Sagar Meghani.
More information at apnews.com. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Buenas and half a day. This is Isa Cruz from the National Weather Service with your morning weather outlook. Today is Thursday, August 27th. An active but disorganized monsoon pattern continues to bring periods of scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms this week. Locally heavy showers remain possible through at least Friday, as we anticipate a slight northward shift in the monsoon trough over the next day or so. Light to moderate winds and combined seas of 3 to 5 feet are expected today. Primary west to southwest swell begins to build surf and seas Friday night and over the weekend as a renewed monsoon surge develops to the west. Currently, there is a moderate risk of rip currents along north, west, and south-facing reefs. Surf can be up to 5 or 6 feet and can support stronger or more frequent rip currents. Beachgoers should keep in mind that there is a moderate risk of lightning over the next few days. For the latest weather and marine forecasts, visit our webpage at weather.gov/GUM or dial 211. Situ's Maasi.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovWam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Alrighty, guys. Good morning, Guam. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. We're going to do some traffic for you right now really quick. It's being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule that test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or, hey, if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you can also visit our website. Just head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, we are at the 8 o'clock rush hour on the streets of Guam. It looks like Route 3 this morning. You will find some strong northbound traffic. That's going to be coming around Ukinu, Guam Regional Medical City, hopping on a Route 1, getting around the Micronesia Mall, most especially that Jolly Bee intersection outside the mall on Route 1. It looks like we got tough delays there. Additional delays getting around Tumon Horizon Condos. That's going to be in Upper Tumon this morning, as well as folks getting around that Kmart intersection. Lower Tumon traffic seems to be moving nicely. Great job, Guam. If you hop on a Route 14, you'll find some north and southbound around St. Anthony's this morning, as well as that ITC intersection. Hagåtña has got even more delays, folks, getting around Paseo this morning, the Bank of Guam intersection, as well as the Superior Court of Guam. It looks like traffic is nice and it's light getting around Sinahaña as well as Ordot this morning. That's going to be along Route 4. However, hopping on to Route 10 in both Manilao as well as Barrigada and the Mongmong Totu Maiti area along Route 8, it looks like traffic is definitely picking up over on that side. We would like to remind everyone just to watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. It's your traffic report. This is the Wave 105 FM. Welcome, Guam, to Mornings with Patti.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Feeling hot, summer smoke a lime. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going. Right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like, yeah. Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like, yeah.
7:08. Good morning to you. Welcome to the program. Moving pretty quick here. I want to get, because he's a busy guy, and I'm grateful that he had time for us this morning. Ed Antolon, who's the president of the Guam Chamber of Commerce, joins us on the line this morning on Project Prosperity. Morning, Ed. How you doing?
Good morning, Patti, and always a pleasure to jump on your show. And just to clarify, what do you call it? Two things. Number one, Catherine Castro is the president. I'm just the current chairman. And then number two, I will always make time for you.
Oh, see that? See that? Blood runs pretty thick around here. You're not the president. Of course, Catherine is.
She's the boss. I'm I'm just the worker bee.
I was going to say, you're just the lowly board chairman. But you did deliver to the Chamber of Commerce, putting down a marker about the military buildup, giving Guam an economic boost now, but we need a plan that for what happens when that construction surge slows. And so you put together sort of a campaign for the campaigners to tell us what they feel about the plans for the economic future of Guam. You want to talk to me about that? This is, like you said, prosperity is beyond the buildup. It's
right.
Yeah.
How much time do I have, Patti?
I know, man. I know.
I have an hour for you if you want.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, you can't really. You're right. You can't capsulize it into one thing. So much is out there by meeting these. We have two new candidates that have not served in a governorship, obviously, and they're coming with both very different ideas on how Guam is going to survive the future. They're going to be the most important people for the next 4, if not 8 years that Guam is going through this big boost in the economy. People need to know what it is that they're trying to say, and whether or this. I was just talking to somebody I think John Arroyo, about the closing of the Bank of Saipan in Rota, and he, it's definitely a sign of the problems that they're having in the CNMI, but it isn't the end all. Right. And so must not be the end of an economic boom with the military moving down when the cranes come down, right?
Right. So, let me begin by trying to explain what Project Prosperity is about and how it began. The Chamber's always had a strategic plan, and this year we were beginning with being led by our Vice Chairman, Marcus Fong. He's volunteered to try to put this together. Now, it was more than just a one-year plan. We said, hey, why don't we look at a 5-year plan, a blueprint on where Guam, where we want to see Guam come about. So over the last several months, we've been trying to bring to everyone's attention that, there are some inherent problems in our economy that's kind of masked by the success of the construction industry, which everyone knows will come to an end. And it could come sooner because of the potential change in the dynamics of the geopolitical world, right? but we don't want to take anything for granted, but we want to take advantage of what we can. So Project Prosperity was what it was entitled for, and what we call our 5-year blueprint. And then we said, well, wait a minute, why don't we use Project Prosperity to help launch what we want to try to do? Like you said, we have new governor coming in, new administration, and whoever it may be, we're trying to be as apolitical as possible. But each candidate has to be very concrete on how they're going to produce results. And we also are including the senatorial candidates because we have a slew of potentially new senators coming in. So Project Prosperity then started to evolve into a basic question. And the question is, and this is what we asked ourselves as the board and what we're asking everyone out there, is where do you want to see Guam in 1, 2, 5 years? What do you want to see Guam look like? Are you happy with where we're going? So we began yesterday a little bit to try to help deconstruct some of the headlines that we've seen. For example, the big increase in jobs. And then when we started to deconstruct it, and we used the BLS, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics reports from 2019 to March of 2026, what we discovered was there's a gap of about 4,580 jobs. In other words, construction grew significantly, and that kind of masked really a bigger problem that we are not really seeing. So, for example, the total jobs grew by several thousand from 2019 to March of this year. But what we saw, it went from 50,000 to 53,000, so about 2,500 jobs increase. But then that was because construction saw an increase from 6,200 to 13,290. Then we started to cut it down a little bit. It says, okay, well, wait a minute. Why the empty stores? Why everybody closing down? Where are all the jobs going? And so what we just saw was that the private sector, the non-construction industry, and this doesn't include the retirees, and this doesn't include sole proprietors, but what we saw was that there was about 4,600 decline in jobs, going from about 44,300 to about 39,700 outside of construction and excluding government. And so that's a great number of jobs. Services were down about almost 2,000 jobs, retail 1,300, transportation and utilities about 960, hotels and lodging really about 1,600 jobs. So that what we're trying to do is we're trying to highlight and help everyone acknowledge that we've got a situation. And the private sector is not as well as everyone wants to claim, particularly with the headline that, we grew about, several thousand jobs. And so that's the first step. So then we started to look at where the revenues were coming from. And this was something very, a little bit of challenge, because we couldn't get as much information available online. So we used the CES, some reports from 2022 and the economic census. And what we saw from that census was that there were about, almost 3,200 jobs. Oh, no, I take it back. We broke it down between jobs with establishments of 20 and over, and establishments with 20 or less jobs. And so of the 3,400 establishments listed by this census, 586 were establishments with 20 or more employees. So they're considered the big businesses, right? And that accounted to about 17% of the total establishments. Now, but here's the interesting part. Total payroll for all 3,400 establishments here in Guam came out to about $1.8 billion. But the 586 establishments that represent that 17% I mentioned earlier accounted for almost 75% of all annual payroll on the island. And that's significant.
That's 40. That's like 40,000 of the 53,000 payroll jobs.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what we're trying to say is, and we're not, and what we're trying to say is that when we lose a business, and particularly an anchor business, for example, like duty free, it takes a lot of small businesses to try to make up that that loss. So we use DFS as an example, losing 300 jobs in this market right now. And remember, this is 2022, so this doesn't reflect what happened with duty-free already closed. So we estimated, just using simple math, the average number of jobs or number of personnel per small business, and we estimated that it will take 50 small businesses or establishments under 20 employees to make up that 300 jobs. That's significant. So what we're looking at very clearly is we're trying to highlight to everyone that it doesn't matter if you're small or large. The businesses all make up people. So when we talk about the chamber, we're not talking about establishments or businesses. We're talking about people whose jobs, who have lives, who have jobs, who need paychecks for housing, for food, for power. So that's what we're trying to really bring out, that we need an economy that's thriving, an economy that is producing jobs. Because if I tell you, Patti, if the tourism was still here and we still had the record number of tourism, I don't think anybody would be talking about, what do you call it, Guam's not doing well, etc. What we see in the tourism industry, the folks there are begging, are yelling. Their businesses are dying, and when you have to operate a $200 million facility, it's not cheap. It's not easy. And if you don't have people coming in to stay over, then you're not going to make money. So this is an important thing, and this is what we're laying out, and the position that I think all the 12 associations that we have join us are really trying to help build. And we're trying to say, when the political leaders, the future governors, the future legislators, when they talk about economic policy or any type of business policy, it doesn't affect just a separate group called the large business or the small business. It affects everyone.
I'm glad you said that, because this is all meant to tell these candidates you can't make policy in taxing and labor and permitting and regulations or regulatory policies without considering the private sector, which is absolutely legitimate. But on the other side, the economic policy can't be judged only on the backs of the employers, and that there are low income families, and there are consumers, and there are retirees and small businesses outside the chamber that are also stakeholders. So
exactly.
Yeah. So you're going to be conducting these visits. You're inviting them to come and weigh out what it is that they planned for this, and this is centric to the chamber, obviously, because you're hosting them. What I like about this is the accountability part of it. That what I'm thinking that you're saying is there's going to be a 100-day report, basically, about what has gone into action to back up the words that they presented before you.
Right. What helped, what really drove us also is that prior to the primary elections, we were really pushing voter turnout, voter registration. Then we started to study, and we looked at what the results were for the primary election, and realized, like, it's not an issue of voter registration. The issue is voter turnout. And so we started this movement of Project Prosperity and invited the associations to join us to help educate a lot of the folks out there, everyone in the private sector, because we want to push that turnout. We're not trying to this is not a political campaign that we're doing. It's an educational campaign to help incite a lot of eagerness to want to turn out and vote. Now, the pamphlets we prepared and what we're doing over the next 4 or 5 weeks prior to our forums is that we're going to be visiting the malls. We're going to be going out talking to people, all the 12 associations. And can I, if I may, name the 12 associations?
Sure.
You know, the Contractors Association, the Guam Association of Realtors, the Women's Chamber, the Chinese Chamber, the American Culinary Federation Guam Chapter, Korean Guam Travel Association, Japan Guam Travel Association, Micronesian Chefs Association, the Guam Restaurateur Collective, the Guam Travel and Tourist Association, the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, SHRM, and including our Guam Young Professionals and the Guam Chamber. So what we're doing is that we have developed a pamphlet that we're giving to everyone, and we're trying to educate everyone to say, these are the questions you need to ask. First of all, where do you want to see Guam? I want to see a clean Guam. I want to see a beautiful island. You know, you mentioned John. I saw him last week. I went to Saipan. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to some business folks, and they were laughing at me. And they're like, well, what's wrong? She's like, man, you know, we've been going through this austerity program for many years. You know, and then they mentioned, it's like, we're trying to figure out how to survive on a small budget. Their budget went from about $120 million down to $98 million now. Their population went from 50,000 to 40,000. Now they're estimating 35,000. And that comes out to about $2,000 a person that they pay to help operate the government. And he said, well, you guys are trying to figure out how to survive with $1.5 billion. You guys are almost paying like $9,000 per person.
Yeah, that's great, but what's the plan B?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the
exactly.
Right.
So what we're doing is we laid out 5 pillars, 5 priorities, and we're you know, because the 5 pillars we're saying is that I think we can all agree. I know everyone in that room yesterday agreed. We want good jobs, a strong civilian economy. We want a government that delivers. We want prosperity beyond the build-up. We want affordable living and strong families, which is created by a strong economy. And we want to invest in our future. And that's a lot to say. And really, we developed this pamphlet that we're handing out to everyone. And we're saying, okay, what does this mean? And this is where we're putting the test to. We're asking, what exactly would change, and what is true now? What is it different that hasn't occurred? What are you going to do?
Oh my God! Please don't say we need to diversify the economy.
Well, you know, I love the issue to try to bring in manufacturing and all that. But you know how many years it's going to take to be able to do that?
Yeah. What industries? What industries? How many jobs? What kinds of salaries?
Exactly. Well, you know. But all I'm saying is that we could start with the basics. We could start improving our area. We could look at our literacy rate. Look at our schools. Look at our beaches. Right. So the other thing we're asking is, okay, you know, you ask the policymakers and the potential candidates now, what will it cost? What pays for it? And who's going to pay for it? Right? And then we hit the owner and the deadline. Who's responsible and what happens by when? Right? And then finally the accountability is how will we measure progress and fix the failures, and who will be held responsible if we don't hit those targets. And that's what Project Prosperity is about. where we got everyone in the room and all those associations behind it. We want to go out there and we want to drive this thing, right? You go again, especially the pillars is a good, strong economy. We all know that, right? How can we create a strong economy? What pays the taxes is the private sector. If the private sector is ailing, the taxes are going to start to ail. Look at Saipan. Second is we want a government that delivers dependable services and measures value. This is the challenge we have right now, and this is what we're going to be asking the senatorial candidates and the gubernatorial candidates. What should we be getting? What are we getting for the $9,400 I pay every year? Our taxes pay for this. Third is prosperity beyond the build-up. What are we doing to help rebrand, rebuild tourism? Because the reality is that that's the leg that's been killing us right now, and nobody's been paying attention to it because it's been masked by the build-up, by the military build-up. And then you can also inject in there, okay, and what are other export industries? But knowing that to create these type of industries, it's going to take time. A lot of time.
I this can't go without being said. Only one of those candidates actually voted for the decrease in the BPT. So it'll say a lot about that candidate who is going to present their side of this economic activity, knowing the chamber actually was pushing for, and these businesses, for this decrease, leaving the estimated $80 million out of revenue projections for the next, for the last fiscal year and this fiscal year.
Yeah.
That says what it says.
And there's something that I think I have to comment about the BPT or the GRT. That's a top-end tax. In other words, if I don't sell cars, if I don't sell services, if I don't move my product, if nobody's there to buy it, I don't pay that tax, right? So, but I have fixed costs that I have to pay, my employees, my power, so they think that, we're giving back something to the private sector. And our position is like, you're not giving us anything back, you're taking less of what already is trickling in. So there's a big difference there. They're giving me back nothing, but you're taking less. And it goes back to what we were saying with my discussion with the folks in Saipan. $1.5 billion budget for 170,000 people or 160,000 people, whatever that number is. We are so much bigger in terms of the number of people living here, but our budget is almost 10 times bigger than Saipan, almost 15 times bigger. But what are we getting? Are we getting affordable living? Are we addressing homelessness, drugs, crime, clean streets? Are we getting, looking at the investments in the future? What's happening in the schools? What are we doing for education? Where's our literacy rates? How about workforce development? How about our infrastructure? Oh, and let's not forget health and public safety. So this is, what we're doing is like, we're not trying to put together a preferred answer sheet or a candidate scorecard. We want people to get involved. Because if we can't drive that turnout, then, nothing will change. I had a discussion after the primary with an individual I ran into. Person's been around a long time. And then we were talking about, they asked me, okay, well, what I think about the primary election, and I said, well, voter turnout was pretty low. And then they looked at me because that's because people don't care. And I go, well, if people don't care, if people don't come out, how are we going to make a change? And that person told me they hadn't voted in the last 23 years. And I looked at that person. I said, well, then you can't complain about what's happening here. And he goes, I'm just dealing with it. I said, but yeah, that person is in a position that they don't have to complain. But there's a lot of people out there who are struggling, who are trying to find a place to live, who are trying to find a good job. And, when we're talking about jobs, every one of the businesses, you can ask them, we want employees to succeed. We want employees to evolve. We want to help the small person with the dreams to be able to start a small business and grow. Without a thriving private sector, that's making it very difficult. And so this Project Prosperity right now is the launching point of our voter initiative. So for the next 40 days, and we're coordinating a number of things. We know that Election Day is probably the toughest day for anyone to go out and vote. Why? It's a work day, and so you either got to go into your lunch, or you got to go in the morning, or you got to go in the evening. So we're going to be pushing early voting, and we're working with our partners to see how then we can get some locations or transportation to be able to bring voters to Weston for early voting, right? We want to say, okay, let's look at Compadres Mall, Ganya Shopping Center, Micro Mall, GPO, the areas where they can congregate, and then we can make routes, and then bring them back to that area.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ed. Yeah, go ahead.
No. So or even let's say a large business, for example, let's say Docomo says, "Hey, I've got 50 people that want to go vote today." All right, then we just have to figure out the logistics to be able to have some sort of transportation go by and pick them up. Right? We can't go by and pick everybody up at their house. Right. But we got to make certain locations to be able to do this, right? And that's in the works. We got 5 weeks to figure this out, right? And we're working closely with our member associations.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot of time to do that. I did have a conversation with Maria Pangilinan about the type of the demographics of voters that go to Weston. They're predominantly senior citizens, and they show out for every election. The problem isn't necessarily senior citizens. It's these kids that have become of voting age. That just don't show up to the polls. That's where the market is to try to influence these guys to get. How do you deal with the youth above 18 registering to vote for one and actually taking action to go to the polls? It's a little tough sell, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it is, and thank you for bringing that up, because we had members of our Guam Young Professionals, 40 and under. Unfortunately, you and I are way past the Guam Young Professionals. Anyhow, we had them present this, and then they started looking at this. And, it's interesting that because Marcus has been the chair of the GYP, and it's been really building and flourishing, and they recognize that that's where it is. So they came up with an analysis that said, out of the 23,571 registered voters of those between 18 to 38, 6,798 participated. And so that's the drive that they want to focus in on. It's an educational campaign. And this Project Prosperity is not just for those elderly folks or the lower turnouts like in Tamuning and Dededo and in Jigo. It's to hit that segment of the voter population that we need to get them excited. We had a young man join us yesterday, and I don't know if I've been watching. I knew him since he was born, and he's now graduated, and he's in his first year at UOG. He's an influencer, I guess that's what you call him now, right?
Yeah.
But his name is Genesis Babauta.
Yes.
And he's been going out there, and he's been, really trying to bring issues to light. Particularly with education and infrastructure. So we invited him over. And he was asking me in the beginning, he's like, well, what's this all about? And et cetera. So I started to explain him to him. And then, the light bulb came on. It's like, oh, man. Because what we're doing here is not just for Guam, but it's for our future. It's for him. It's for my children and now my grandchild and hopefully more grandchildren. That's what it's about. And so we know that's the segment that we need to push. And the GYP is going to be doing a big push to try to get younger voters out. And because they have that apathy, they're like, well, nothing will change. But it's an educational thing. So we need to ask all of those young voters, where do you want to see Guam in the next year? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? What type of industries do you want to see? Are you happy with what you're getting? Because if the answer is, I want to see cleaner streets, I want to see less homelessness, I want to see schools that are maintained and built properly, etc., then you have to vote. Because if you don't vote, your voice doesn't matter or doesn't count. But we need to get everyone to come out and vote. And you're right. Thank you for bringing it out. That segment of the young voters is critical. So our overall objective, and GYP had mentioned that they want to try to get an additional 1,000 young voters out. Fantastic. I think I'm a really optimistic guy. I think of the overall push, if you take all the 12 associations, because the 12 associations account for, there's about 50 some thousand jobs on this island, right? And based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we estimate that these 12 associations, probably maybe there's about 800, 900 organizations within this coalition. That's about 45,000 jobs.
Yep.
Huge.
Yep.
So what we're doing now is we're going to try to connect and reach out to all our employees. We're having this discussion, this dialogue. We need to do something. I've talked to some young folks over here, and they want to find, they're telling me, man, rent is pretty high. Ooh, groceries are high, and it's and this is not an attack on those landlords or even the markets. They're trying to survive as well because the cost of doing business on this island is high, and it's tied to $1.5 billion. If we're able to reduce that, then fantastic. I want to give a shout out to Liz Duenas and Gina Campos. I'm now referring to them as Senator Liz Duenas and Senator Gina Campos because they came out on that Jason's show, and I was watching them, and they were gutsy, man. I gotta admit, and they came out and said, "Well, we should reduce this tax, we should reduce that tax, we should reduce this tax." At the end of the day, what we need to do is, if this island was pristine, like Saipan, I love Saipan. I love visiting it because it's so clean. Their buildings are maintained, except the private side, which has shut down, but the government buildings are maintained. The streets are clean. If we had clean streets, if we had less of a drug issue, if we had less homelessness, if we had a thriving economy, then you can justify a $1.5 billion budget. Then you can tell me, okay, what am I getting for $1.5 billion? Look at our island. What a beautiful island. Thriving economy. Now, I understand, and when we were going through the budget talks, some of the board members were like, come on, we got to reduce this, we got to reduce that. But you can't just, make that big change overnight for that budget. It has to be, and that's why we're saying 5 years. You got to start slowly, though. You got to start making change. You got to hold people accountable. You got to set performance standards, and you got to set targets. So all we're going to be doing now is we're going to be asking all these candidates, whether you're gubernatorial or senatorial candidates, we want concrete answers. Now, an answer like, I want to see, better education. All right, how?
Mm.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, and I mean, you're absolutely right. And to the young voter situation, you have to ask what would a candidate have to say or do to make you believe that voting is worth your time. And that, I think, goes to the candidates who also have to wonder, also have to answer, the question is, what's a concrete reason that you can, a 20-something should believe that they'll be able to build a future here 5 years from now? all of these, to your point, Ed, that all of these questions have to be asked in the media over the past 33 years that I've been on this particular radio station in Guam. We hear these from candidates, and I'm weary of it because everybody points out what the problem is, and there's not a whole lot of concrete planning. You're going to say, yes, we need to do this, and we are going to do this, but there's no money to do it. We hear that there's no money after the fact. That is, after the fact that they've been elected. So I like the idea that you're going to be taking periods of time throughout the year to hold them accountable by bringing them back in and saying, you said you didn't do this. Where are you on this? I want to see the action plan. So that part of your project sounds to be very attractive. And the fact that you've engaged Genesis Babauta. So I think Genesis Babauta is like literally a 50-year-old man in a teenager's body. I'm like, this kid came out of nowhere, right? And managed to pave a road in GW with a swoop of a pen to and a letter to the editor. So he's got a lot of influence. And Polly was pointing out that younger voters don't show up because there's nobody really their age that's making it personal to them to get them out to the polls. Genesis, I'm pretty sure, has a long career in politics if this is the avenue that he takes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So. Anyway, I wish we could go on because you said an hour and it's almost been just about that. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, that's okay. We both have jobs to do.
Yep.
And I really appreciate you coming on. Thanks for responding so quickly. And we'll be definitely looking forward to how you guys work out the logistics of transportation and these points where you'll be presenting these candidates. We'll certainly be following that and supporting it. I appreciate this. All right.
Well, one last thing, can I say?
Sure, please.
We're not asking candidates to agree with us. What we're going to be asking them is to be specific enough to when you're asked these questions that voters can compare approaches, and then we come back and later measure your performance. That's the key.
Yep.
Right? If they're saying there's not enough money, well, $1.5 billion is a lot of money. Look at Saipan. So how do you use that money? Like, you got a budget. You say, okay, well, my power bill is going up. I got to adjust something.
Yep.
Well, you just can't keep taxing the community and just asking for more money and taking more money out. You got $1.5 billion. I think they need to look at the priorities, and I need to adjust it accordingly. That's enough for me.
It's enough it should be enough for everybody.
Yeah.
Ed Antalon, the chairman of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. It's good to talk to you. Take good care. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, dear. Thank you.
All right. You're absolutely welcome. Bye-bye. 8:43 now. That was a long 45 minutes. Dice is like, we don't do that ever. But he had some points, and I wanted to hear them. And so we'll see. This is an important time for all of us. And I wanted to hear what he had to say specifically about the young voters, because the demographic, again, the problem demographic is these 20-somethings. And there's got to be something that will compel them to vote. If it's not a rising power bill, if a lot of these kids are also still living at home, if they're not contributing to the household, they have no idea what it's like to pay rent or a power bill or to afford groceries. If they're splitting, which a lot of kids that are living at home are required to do to help out the family if they're not going to college, to help out to work full time and help out the family, then that portion of the bill that you pay, or you're taxed with paying you're in charge of the water bill, that's also soon to go up. You know, what is it going to take? What does a candidate have to say to you for you to want to get out and vote for the people who are going to make all of these high prices at least stop? Tony Addis said there's a lot you can't do about the Strait of Hormuz all the way in the lonely island of gas prices that are soaring at $5.80 now. $5.79, basically. It's 5.78, I think is what it is. He says that the only thing that we can do is work out a way to increase the wages, make it easier for employees or those who are working to be able to afford all of these increases. And maybe that's the language these kids want to hear. You're seeking to give me a raise, and you're gonna try to make a policy that's going to help me do that. Okay, maybe you're my guy or gal. I don't know. But I did want to drive that point that Therese Terlahi did not vote for the increase in the BPT, not in this last budget. When they were talking about the budget, she did not vote to decrease the BPT. That in itself says how she feels about the private sector and the amount of taxes that they pay to help support the government, there's a slip, to support the government. So we already know what her campaign, part of her campaign platform is when it comes to that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's 8:45 now. I asked Marcus Fong if his ears were burning.
I hope not.
Because he said his name several times. So as the vice chairman of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. It is 8:46. Big break here. We'll be right back.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Hafa-Day Agana, is your lunch hour slipping away? Don't settle for snacks. Get a real fast meal at the Agana Shopping Center. If you're on a grab-and-go mission, we got your favorites ready to roll. Swing by Subway, Taco Bell, or Jollibee. Grab legendary snaps from Chan's Hot Dogs, fresh customized bowls from Poke 7, or savory wraps at Dr. Kebab. Plus crispy wings from Vaughn's and ready-to-eat bento and Korean meals at Tokyo Mart and Seoul Mart. Park easy, run in, grab your takeout, and get back to the office with time to spare. Only at Agana Shopping Center.
Hafa-Day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Haganya, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haganya is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haganya grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, We address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity. We impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwooderfoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
We're looking past standard calendar obligations today to uncover a beautiful grassroots tradition rooted in pure, unexpected kindness. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 27th.
The beautiful history behind Just Because Day began in the late 1950s when Joseph J. Goodwin surprised his wife in Los Gatos, California, with a new transistor radio. When she frantically questioned what anniversary she had forgotten, Joseph simply replied, "Just because." Deeply moved by her genuine joy, he established a local holiday originally celebrated on the third Wednesday of May. As neighbors embraced the tradition, it steadily expanded across the country. This organic, decades-long evolution perfectly mirrors the unpredictable nature of the day itself, proving that the most profound moments in life require absolutely no logical justification to completely change someone's world.
A national day that started with a transistor radio.
I wonder how many people still know what that is.
Probably not a lot.
Not a lot. It was a radio we could carry around, kind of like a ghetto blaster.
But smaller. But they don't know what a ghetto blaster is either, probably.
Really dating myself now.
Yes, you are. We're also celebrating National Pots de Creme Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
Monday is the start
the start of all of my dreams.
This is such a cool vibe, this one.
This is Kenny Rogers.
No, it's...
No? I'm getting Kenny Rogers vibes.
Kenny Rogers got some soul, but he don't got that kind of soul.
It's not the soul. It's not
the wrong soul.
Wrong soul. The wrong soul. Who says he's got the wrong soul?
You know the soul sound. You know what I'm talking about. Stop
I got
it.
you. Okay.
Don't make me say it out loud.
All right, here we go. Kenny Rogers. Okay, that's not him. That's his cousin.
No, I
not
feel
his
like
cousin.
the bloodline sounds much different.
That's not the cousin. Can't be the cousins. All right. We got YouTube friends, Patty.
That's cool. Jarena writes, Mr. Ed Antolon and Associates are brilliant and their advocacy is altruistic. What do I get from this? Prospective candidates need to answer a question. How will their election contribute to the prosperity and economic growth of Guam? And I agree with him. How can we change what we're unhappy with if we don't participate in the electoral process?
Good point. Very, very great.
Thank you very much for commenting on that. It makes a lot of sense. She's absolutely right, or he's absolutely right. Many times, we talk about these issues, and they tend not to answer the question. It's hard to come up. Well, I don't think it's hard at all, actually. If you're doing your research and you say, this is what I want to do, this is what I need to do to fix this problem. So when I'm in office, I am going to do this. I'm going to rearrange from this financial, project, right? I mean, the finances from this project here. I'm going to split it up with this project over here, and I'm going to try to figure out a way to make that work. And you'll see within the first 100 days, they need to make that promise. I know that there's a transition, especially if you've never been governor before. If the case were different and the incumbent was becoming a governor like Josh is, he'd slide right in and keep up the pace. There is a learning curve, absolutely. Neither one of them have been at Adelut before. Therese Salahi probably knows exactly, as does Tony Atta, for sure, as Serena, Sabina, because they've all been in office, elected office for a number of years. So it's not going to be foreign territory for them. But once you get into the office and you see what that secret drawer looks like, your plans may not fit in the way there may take a little more effort to pull through what you promised on the campaign trail, which is understood. But you still have to have a plan. You can't walk in there on the first day of office and go, okay, where are we? We know where we are. I know where you are. So that's the thing. I'm glad there's accountability. That makes a whole lot of sense. And we're really hoping that we're going to see them hold to the promise of, hey, we're going to check you. We're going to check you at intervals throughout the year, and you're going to have to come and tell us if we're hosting you and we're backing you. I wonder if this is going to come to an endorsement.
Okay.
I don't know if the chamber doesn't necessarily endorse a candidate because these are all business people that come from different different political persuasions. Okay. I don't think that as a unit they can endorse somebody as some associations can or nonprofit civic organizations can.
I endorsed Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Did you?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Just endorsed him.
Oh. I just endorsed him. Therefore, it was.
I just, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hey, you know what?
Hey, I know him.
I actually sat on his lap and was grateful there was somebody who had a thigh bigger than my own.
I didn't do the Chris Brown. That's a lot. I didn't.
Well, that's not how I sat on his lap. I was going to let you know. No. I have no Chris Brown blood in me at all. I don't
go that far.
I'm not the girl that I would stand up like even semi-naked and call for one of his ushers to come look at me as the Chris Brown girl for the night. Or I may fit, as old as I am, I also don't fit into the Usher doesn't even know he's old.
Oh my gosh.
Usher doesn't, he could not get, did you see that?
Go for it. He did.
Usher couldn't get anybody.
It wasn't working out. Usher was not ushering.
There was a girl that they picked, she was Muzu the whole time.
Your name is
She's
Usher
like,
and you're not ushering.
Yo, Papa, calm down. I'm not doing this with you.
I don't got one job is to usher, and they're not.
No.
You got
the
one.
Look on that girl's face is like, somebody get me off of this stage. While the other girls were clamoring to be the next thing for, oh my God. If you know, then you know. Yes, Chris Brown's concert, and he did one with Usher, and they usually pull up these chicks, these chicks like dress for the occasion. They're like, ready. They pick their fit, and they do the whole get ready with me. because they're
Chris
hoping
Brown.
that the last controversy, just so you know, the last controversy was one of the nice little fillies that he pulled up from the audience who went for it.
Oh, okay.
They went for it on the stage. All of the motions and every act carried out.
She's ready for some baby daddy. I got you.
Well, her husband saw that.
Oh.
And when she came home, her things were on the ground outside. That's how that worked. Her little suitcase and all of her belongings were in the yard.
Oh my God.
Because she was married.
I wouldn't feel some type of way if that happened. I mean, look, man, there's no way I can compete with that, and I'd be good with it. I'd let them go. I would be all right with that. Be like, man, I ain't worried about Chris
Yeah,
Brown.
here's the problem with that, guys.
What?
Your partner wouldn't be okay with that. You know it, and I know it. Your partner would be like,
Chris Brown.
No.
I would let her go up. I'd let her go
Okay.
up. I'd let her go up.
I don't know.
I'd be okay. I mean, you know, if it was like me and AOC, then I might be home a little late. But
Don't wait up, babe.
Don't wait up. I'll be a little late.
Put my food in the microwave.
You
I'll
need
be
Life
home.
360-720. Figure out the math, okay? Because this is where I'm is.
That's so
I'll
funny.
be a little late
Life
tonight.
360.
You might want to check your app. Find my location.
If you agree to be tracked, you have to agree to be tracked.
I might turn it off just to be safe. I might just turn it
That
off.
is so
I
funny.
love it. No, but I do.
All right.
I like our last caller. That was a lot of fun. He was a lot of fun. We have to have him on more often.
Ed Antolon.
I like
He's
Ed
actually he
Antolon.
runs
I
a
like
First
him.
Hawaiian Bank here.
I like him.
He does that too.
I like you, sir. I do
Okay.
like him.
Well, he's likable. By the way,
can see
I
that.
personally love the man because we're
Okay.
family, close
Okay.
family.
All right.
And so it's nice. Well, you know, I had two family members
Patty
on
trying
there.
to be cousins with everybody.
I know.
Patty quit.
Well,
Tell him
actually,
y'all
he's my
cousins.
father's first cousin.
Oh, y'all cousins.
No, he's my
Y'all related.
uncle.
You didn't even almond, dude.
I didn't. I don't respect him that way. No, I'm just joking. No, because when I call him out in public, I try to
Okay.
do these in social
You'll
occasions.
call him Uncle Ed.
Yep. Just to embarrass him. He's like, oh my God, what are you doing?
Uncle Ed. Uncle Ed, it's me. I love
Hi,
him.
Uncle. Him and his brother Richard hate it when I do that, but I do it just because it gets under their skin.
I love him.
So I appreciate that. It's 9 o'clock, and we got some guests coming in. This is a TikTok Thursday, and one of our guests is a couple that moved from Guam after spending some time in Italy, where the husband is from, and they've been taking pictures all around Guam, and we want to find out what they see here on Mornings with Patty, 9 o'clock, KGUM FM and Daddy Do Guam.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The U.S. economy grew at a sluggish 1.5% pace from April through June. The Commerce Department report shows GDP slowed from a 2.1% annual pace in the year's first quarter. Meanwhile, we also got a fresh read on inflation. Sagar Magani has it.
The government says consumer prices rose 3.7% in July compared with a year ago, the same as in June. Inflation remains higher since the Iran war started, when it was 2.9%, and remains notably above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Gas and other energy prices fell sharply last month, but have been rebounding this month, which is likely to boost the next inflation report. Stubbornly high prices will likely be a key midterm election issue, and President Trump is also threatening new tariffs on Canada and China. Sagar Magani, Washington.
On Wall Street, stocks held relatively steady. The Dow dropped 113 points, while the S&P and the Nasdaq each dipped less than 0.1%. Oil prices continue to swing, but Brent crude settled lower, below $87 per barrel. As for pump prices, AAA says the national average for regular-grade gasoline has ticked just above $4.10 per gallon. Meta's reached an $18 billion settlement in a landmark trial over teen social media addiction. Donna Warder has more.
Meta was sued in 2023, states claiming it contributed to the youth mental health crisis by deliberately designing features that get children addicted to its platforms, while hiding those features from the public, and that it was routinely collecting data on children under 13 without parents' consent. Among other safety features, the tech giant has agreed to a hard cap on daily time limits and pauses for children. I'm Donna Warder.
And the federal government's declared a drought disaster for more than 24 cities and towns in Puerto Rico. This is AP News. Reaction to Dolly Parton's death at 80.
During the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Closer to home, Carla Potts went to Dolly Parton's Dollywood Amusement Park in Tennessee for the first time.
She just consistently showed joy and spread hope and really just life.
The amount of flowers keeps growing at the gate to Dolly Parton's home near Nashville. Mandy Madsen traveled from Savannah, Georgia. She's
a Dolly Parton impersonator with my band Andy and Mandy. And I just threw my wig in the car as like my emotional support wig.
Madsen is grieving in her own way.
Being a woman's awesome in so many ways. It's hard in many ways, but it's awesome in so many ways. We get to dress up and have fun.
Taylor Swift says a world without Dolly doesn't feel possible, real, or right. I'm Ed Donahue.
There's more news at apnews.com.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
When the bass goes boom, 13 minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning, here we are. TikTok Thursday is what we're calling this. And it's because Dice and I, more me than you, because I'm more obsessed. Like, I can't commit to a movie on Netflix.
Because you sleep through them.
Because I'm watching TikTok. There's far more adventure on TikTok. And so in my travels across TikTok, I'm always fascinated, and I'm in the algorithm of people who are coming to Guam for the first time. And I found you guys. You just slipped into the algorithm pretty quickly, and now you're always there. So it's actually a pleasure to meet you. This is Jem and John. What is your last name? What is your
last name?
Yeah.
Figurelli.
Figurelli. Okay, that just sounds like a great pasta, right? Figurelli. It's so nice to have you here, Jem. Thank you for bringing John in. We're just talking about the abnormality. It feels like you're from Nebraska, you're from Italy. There's a story there somewhere. Let's start with that. You grew up in a small town, very small town.
I was born in the region it's called Abruzzo, in this little village in a mountain. And when I was 22, I joined the army and I became special forces, and I stationed Tuscany. Mm-hmm. And after I moved around the world, I met my wife in Baghdad.
Okay.
I was deployment. She was deployed there. She was helping me with English because I was not able to.
That's always English. The greatest pickup line in the world.
Yeah.
Let me help you with your English.
We used to talk with the phone.
Yeah.
You used to what?
We used to talk with the phone.
Oh, the Google Translator?
Google Translate, passing it back and forth.
Wow.
I was zero.
You had zero.
The book is on the table. Open the window. Something like that. And that's it.
Yeah. And so you met in Baghdad because you were also in the military?
Yes,
okay.
I was in the army.
You started where though? Where are your sticks at?
Home is central Nebraska, like 40,000 cows, 2,000 people.
Oh, okay.
Tiny,
Dice can
tiny.
relate.
Yes.
Did they have cow days where they overran the town and you didn't have to go to school?
Some days it smells so bad there. So bad.
Smell of the life.
Yeah. So you were also stationed? You had to go to Baghdad on deployment
Yes,
as well?
I was actually stationed in Georgia when I got sent to Baghdad. And then when we got there, it was, these guys were always like, hey, do you got some medical stuff for us?
Oh, wow.
My request.
Yeah. You guys met, fell in love. English and Italian were translated easily, no problem. And then, then you come to Guam. That's the abnormality of it all, right?
So I got out of the military and moved to Italy. So I was living in Italy for the past 5 years, and we kind of like connected again, and the relationship kind of
So you didn't go to Italy to hook up with him. You
no,
just
I
just
took a
moved
job in Italy because I decided I
Wow.
wanted to be out of uniform, but I wanted to stay close
Right.
to the military. And so I took a job in Italy. We ended up getting married, and then the opportunity for me to take a job in Guam came up, and I applied as a joke. I sent him a text one day. I was like, hey, what do you think of Guam? And he was like, what? He was in the middle of training all these soldiers, and then I ghosted him for the rest of the day because I had already put in my application.
Was it funny?
Yeah. And
The joke, was it funny to you?
Yeah, because I was working and I was like, my wife, she just asked me about Guam. I heard in some movies, so we went to look in a Google map. Oh, why not? And so in the night I was like, amore, it's a good, amore is my love in Italian.
Yes, we know.
Okay. Amore, it's a good place. Well, why don't go there and spend the rest of our life in a wonderful island?
Yeah,
Let's go.
and so you had already accepted the job.
No, I hadn't even been interviewed. Like it was hey, this is an opportunity. I put in the application, and we were actually in his village for Christmas, and I was like, small village, there's not a really good reception there, and I was like, I need a Wi-Fi connection because I have an interview.
Oh, there wasn't even a Wi-Fi connection.
No, it was.
That's how small.
I was freaking out right before my interview because I couldn't get connected to the computer, and then after I got off that interview, I was like, I'm pretty sure I got that job, and so he was like, let's do it. He's like, if you got it, let's do it.
Wow.
I quit my job. I left the army.
And that was no
Here
problem,
it is.
you leaving the army?
No, I did a request, and May, the last day of May was my last day at work.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And we moved here.
And then you moved here.
Yeah,
First impression.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, sure.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. You
Was
fly
wow.
in and you you come out and you drive, and it's gorgeous. Like
Yeah.
it's an island. And then we were like, we live here.
Well, you also bought a house. I also noticed on
yes.
Facebook that you purchased a place.
Yeah.
Wow,
Well,
that's an investment. That's different than
we-
just showing up.
We came with the intention to live the island, live the culture, live the people. And so
It's only August.
I
You
know,
were here
yeah.
it's just in May, like May or June.
we were June 14th
June.
is when we
Oh my God, it's been
touchdown.
just a little over
Yeah,
10
but
months.
I was, I'm without work right now, so
Yeah.
I was back and forth the island all day long, searching for the house, and also together after she finished to work, and we found this wonderful house. It's amazing to me, and to
Yeah,
you
it's
too.
beautiful. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
It's really nice, and so we were like, let's do it. And
That a lot of people take a year to acclimate, but 2 months you really had it in your mind. You were committed to making sure you were going to
Yes.
live here.
And-
I mean, live here, at least invest here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we don't have an end date in mind. So I have two older daughters from a previous marriage, and one started high school, one starts high school in 2 years. And so we're like, okay, definitely probably 6 years here. We'll get them through school. But we're not like, where are we going next? Like, we're here to live here. So
It's interesting because you both come from really small stick country. I mean, not countries, villages, right? Or not a village, but you know what I mean. Small towns, and this is a large adventure to move. Well, first of all, to move all the way from Europe into a place like Guam, which is an entire culture away, especially for you. At least there's trappings of English in America and all of that. You have a different sort of situation here.
We travel a lot before. We travel all around Europe, different places. I travel a lot for work too, and I saw a lot of bad things, good things. Africa, it's one of the best part where I saw really bad things. So maybe was also helping us to open our mind, these kind of things, to travel like this. And there is nothing bad in this island. The people are really nice with us, but all together. If you're walking, the people just say hello every time they meet you.
Yeah.
And this is really close to my culture, where I was born, really close.
It's family and community. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
And we love
Closeness.
that. We both love that, and we were looking for something like that. So I think we are in the perfect place and the perfect time.
That's really it's nice to hear. I was telling my producer Dice earlier in the show, we live here, and so when I'm on these social media sites and I see people like you, and there's others that we'll be interviewing and have interviewed, it's refreshing when you've been here for a long time to go, oh, wow, they went there? I haven't seen that place in a long time. I wonder how that place is doing. And then you come up with hey, you did a review on it, or we went to this place, we went to that. We brag about, food is food, right? That's identifiable with culture. But people is an entirely different thing. When you were coming here, were you understanding what the culture was? I mean, the Chamorros, the mix with Filipinos. We've got folks from Micronesia. It's just a melting pot, right?
And honestly, we didn't. So my dad is Filipino. He immigrated to Nebraska, of all places. And so I grew up with a touch of the Filipino culture, but mostly it was the Nebraskans around us who had been there for generations. And so I had an idea of what we were coming to. The thing that has struck me being here is the Chamorro culture is so similar to the Italian culture. And so, like, the things that people complain about, like island time and things like that very much applies in Italy. And so that transition for me has been easy.
Yeah. And for
really
you too.
easy.
Yeah, but also talking about what you were saying, the beauty of the things. We were talking in the car when we were coming here. Some was happened to me too. When I was little, living in my village, to me was bored. Everything was the same every day, and I didn't like too much. When I moved, I was not able to live without my village, because I understood later, after that I moved, how much was beautiful around me. And so sometimes the people, they become too much habit for the surround.
For you to notice anymore that people, how people are.
Because the island is beautiful, but when you live here every day, you don't see the sea.
You don't.
You're right. In the same time that I look the sea, because I just arrived here.
Right.
So I think that we are helping also people to rediscover again the beauty of what they have. It's wonderful, like to be tied to your family. This is something that is going to be lost in the world, and here it's eradicated. It's deep. It's deep inside of all the people here, and it's something wonderful. I really appreciate.
It must be. But does it make you miss home more though?
No.
You feel the love here, so it's okay.
I feel like if I'm home,
Yeah.
I feel less the distance from my family.
Okay.
Because we went to a nice barbecue last Saturday, and really I was looking around me, and it's amazing. It's amazing, the culture, the respect that there is around the families, and I was asking to our friends, and because they are our friends right now, and they explained that more you enjoy time with them, and more the respect will grow up, obviously, and they will call like aunt or uncle.
That's true. That's basically how it is. Auntie and uncle are. I have the woman when I bought some empanada at 76 gas station. She's like, "Is that all for you, Auntie?" I'm not her auntie. We don't even have familiar relations, but it's a sign of respect.
I love that.
You love
And
that
It's
too.
also the same in my village. It's the same.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
call compare. Compare. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And so-
Same thing here. We have compare as well. Jen, but this is not a culture shock for you, even if you came from a small town in Nebraska. It was still family. It was still a close-knit community. Yeah. To broaden your horizons in a place like Guam, and investing in it by buying a house, comes the politics of living in Guam. I don't know how much you're exposed in the past couple of months, but we are under a general election. We're going to be, we're going to be electing new leaders. And so when we talk a lot about the military buildup being here, and I'm sure that you're closely aligned with the plans for the military buildup. We have been a military island for many years, coexisting with the changes that since Liberation Day, or since we were liberated from the Japanese occupation. So there's always been this relationship with the military. Do you feel any different? You're not living on base, so there's that, right? Do you feel any sort of opinion about seeing so many military on the island? And I don't know if you've talked to them about whether they feel the same way you do about being here.
We have, actually. We've talked to a lot of the military, and it's always mixed reviews. And in my experience with these conversations, I think the more people are embedded with the local community, the more they enjoy it. So if they don't take the time to get out and experience the island, experience the people, be friendly, just friendly with the people, not like you don't have to be friends with them. I think for the military, if they isolate themselves on the base and only surround themselves with other military, it's really easy to see everything that's wrong, because you never see all of the wonderful things that there are here.
And I mean, it does take that attitude. You have to be able to be able to accept everything that's happening. Is it that Guam was the allure possibly that Guam, you wanted to move into America, but you didn't want to actually be in the States?
100%.
Okay.
Definitely. So for me, we were actually talking about this last night. I was like, like I said, the transition for me was very easy because the culture is the same, except it's easier for me now because it's easier for me to communicate. I know what to expect from everything. And now,
opposite for me.
Now he has the communication issues.
Yeah.
And so it was time for me to leave Italy, and I was like, we need to go back to the States, but I don't want to go back to the mainland states. And this was an easy choice.
We are so untouched by the culture of the mainland, where it is so depressing if you're reading about the change in the administration or the federal government and Congress and all of the politics in any country. It's like that. When it happens in America, especially when it's happening with people who are immigrants or those who come over are born and they become U.S. citizens. All of these things are playing as political factors to places that have existed without having to discuss these policies and how they're changing and how we're picky about what Americans are. Even of color, of gender, there's just this rampant discrimination. On Guam, we're all DEI. You know what I mean? We're all minorities. So when you live in a place that you're surrounded by people who don't have the same equal rights as the states, what's really interesting, I'll just get political for a second, but you can't vote for president anymore.
Here? Mm-mm. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. We don't have voting rights for president. We can vote our congressperson as a non-voting delegate to Congress, but we don't have the right to vote for president, which is really interesting, being U.S. territory, being Americans. People born here are born American. It is American soil. We just don't have all of the trappings that most people. If you move to Hawaii, you'd be able to vote the next day. Well, I don't know about the next day, but you'd be able to vote as a resident of the state. So it's these things. I'm not sure that whether or not you voting on Guam made a difference to come here. But if you didn't know, you didn't know.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Actually.
Are you ready to give up your rights to vote for president? Yeah. Well, but the other thing is, there's always, we've been working for years and years to make that happen, but it's just certainly not going to happen unless we become a state. So that's that. You will notice, though, in our general election, when there is a presidential election, they give a poll. Like if you could vote for president, who would you vote for? And we've got like a 98% success rate on choosing the president.
Really?
Yeah, it's so that part of it is interesting. What part of the island? You don't have to tell me your address, but what part of the island are you settled in?
In Zonia.
Oh, girl.
Yeah.
Zonia rules, they say. Yeah.
Zonia forever.
Zonia forever now.
He just registered us with the mayor's
office.
office,
Look at you. You're in, bro. You're in.
Yeah, I'm involved in everything right now.
Yeah. So I told you about the YouTube, and I said that you guys are going to be on YouTube, which is universal. Have you told your families that you're going to be on today?
Yes,
are they
and
watching?
Actually, I think people from work
So
are
say,
watching.
go ahead. You're gonna look. There's a camera right there. Oh, is your mom watching?
No, they are sleeping right now.
Yeah. Plus,
But we'll send it.
You'll send the link
definitely.
to them, but they know.
To me, it's a little bit weird because the time change it's really strange. So I start to have a communication with them when here it's like 4 p.m.
Yeah.
4 p.m. It's 8 a.m. there, and so we start.
Yeah.
To have
What are you missing the most? I'm specifically, John, because you come from a country that the cuisine is incredible.
Oh, about the cuisine, nothing, because we make everything at home: bread, pizza, pasta. One time or 2 times a week we cook pasta at home, and with fish or with meat or wherever. And so I don't miss the food, and also I'm really open-minded about the food culture. I like to try different dishes. I love the way that my wife cook, and so.
Is she good at Italian
Yeah.
cook?
No, I don't. That's not my lane.
There's no way.
That's not my
Is that
lane.
a no way?
I do Italian food. She does
What kind of-
Filipino way or
Yeah.
other things, other stuff. But I really like the beef with broccoli beef. I love it. It's one of my-
beef broccoli?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You make that, so
It's
okay.
one of my best dishes ever. I love it. And honestly, right now, I don't miss nothing about my family, obviously, my
Sure.
friends, but nothing.
This is kind of new for you. You're 2 months in, so it's kind of like having a new relationship. Everything is positive, and not to say that it will be negative, because I don't think that you would ever come to a place where you figured the future wasn't right for you. But it is new. It's 2 months in. There's so much more to be distracted by, for sure. Yeah.
And we are doing a lot of stuff, especially now with the new house. We are change the electricity bill, the trash, and the beans. So I'm moving.
Oh, man.
I need a day made with 48 hours, no 24 hours, not too much.
Tell me what's it like? What the most, as far as utilities and infrastructure goes, from being in Europe and then being in Guam. I'm pretty sure there's been a little bit of a shock of prices. Maybe not a little bit, but definitely a shock.
The prices?
Yeah, the prices. Talk to me. Tell me what you
I
see.
need to say
Yes,
all
you
the
can.
truth.
Yes, please.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
For a ladder. I bought a ladder, $500 for a ladder to go on top of the roof. I was thinking to build with wood and build by myself, but it was too much long. But really, it's 3 times what the normal price are in general, and it's insane. It's true that the island is far away from everything, so everything need to be transported here.
Yeah.
But it's absurd to me.
Yeah, I was thinking the power situation, because we don't get our oil directly processed here, so it's different. We don't have competition. It comes through Singapore. It's processed somewhere, refined somewhere, and then shipped into here. So it's a little bit different to pay the power bill.
We don't know yet, so we haven't paid the power bill yet.
Okay.
We were doing our budget yesterday, and we're like, how much do we budget for this?
Yeah.
So
how many rooms do you have?
4 bedrooms.
How many air cons?
5. It's gonna be 5.
I don't even want to talk to you about this. I don't even know what to. I don't even.
We thought probably 1,000.
I'm sorry.
Probably it would be 1,000 a month.
Depends on how many air conditioners you turn off during when you're not home.
Okay.
Yeah. How long you use your dryer. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
okay,
a-
okay.
air
It all
co-
depends.
yeah, it all builds up. But I got to say that people because we live out here, you can still hang your clothes out on the clothesline, but you can't live without aircon. I mean, can you?
No.
No.
Without? No.
Yeah.
No, we would die.
No, there's no way.
No.
It's like forgetting your cell phone at home. You're going to go all the way back to get it,
Yeah.
right? You're going to
Well,
you're going to run up your power bill for that.
We got here right in time for Bobby, and Bobby wasn't
Oh.
a big deal. It was the days after with no power.
Was that your first typhoon?
Yeah,
Yes.
in my life. Yeah.
In your life? In your well, of course it was in
Yeah,
your
we
life.
don't
But
have in Italy
what
and-
kind of weather situations do you have?
Rain and wind, but nothing.
You have earthquakes.
Oh, well, there's
we
that.
Have an earthquake.
Yeah, you
We
have
a
that.
big,
You have that whole volcano thing.
Yeah, and the volcanoes and the earthquake really bad, and it was destroying my village too.
Yeah.
But I never lived a typhoon.
In a typhoon. Were you scared about it, not knowing what it was like, or
No, we were nervous about how to prepare for it.
Mm.
But like the one video of ours that blew up was me talking about preparing for it, because everybody was super helpful. They were like, "Don't get this; it's not worth it. Get this instead." And everything that we got was really good advice. But during the typhoon, after the power went out, we were just kind of talking. We're like, we met in Baghdad where we were getting bombed
Yeah.
constantly. I'm like, this is nothing.
Yeah, the great perspective.
Yeah.
Great perspective. Being in a war zone and coming to Guam is just like a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
Was it you who wrote that on Facebook? Because I actually said it on the air that somebody had gone and they were at Home Depot or something.
Yes.
And was it you who said that the clerk said, "Don't buy that, buy this"?
Yeah.
I was quoting you, and I didn't know it was you.
Yeah, well, and like just random people walking by, we were looking, and some guy was like, "Hey, this works with this." Like one of the other customers, like people were so.
You're
friendly.
grateful for that.
The customer that gave me the battery that it was for him.
Oh, is that for the fan? The battery for the Ryobi one? Everybody,
He was buying one for him, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said, and they were done.
Yeah.
I went the afternoon, and it was, it's done. But you are the one from this morning. I give one that I bought for me. And so we went the day after, and I brought him a bottle of wine to say thanks.
Yeah, well, you got into the habit of Guam already. It is. We do have a very hospitable culture. We never expect anything back. People give because they want to, but when you do reciprocate, that's what society is supposed to be about.
It's
right?
how I grew up.
Yeah.
It's how the education in my family was like this, and was also really restricted. So you need to be polite with the people. They don't, like you said, they don't expect that you give back something. But if you do, you will be really be a respectful person. So it's good that you do. It's education. I grew up like this.
Well, I'm glad to hear that there is a piece of home for you and for you. We're not done yet. We do have something else coming up, but I do want to take a break real quick. Dice, can we get that bottom of the hour?
Let's
Okay,
do.
we'll be right back.
GTA, now's the time to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
It's so thrilling to see them, enjoy this incredible moment. You guys have so far in the past, half an hour, 45 minutes, 40 minutes that we've been talking. It's just been so nice to. I think I called this one, Dice. I think I called this one correctly when I saw them on TikTok, and I said, and I reached out to her like I DM'd her, right?
You nailed it.
I did, and I said, man, you guys sound like interesting people, and you really are.
She came back home and she was like, I received a message from somebody has a radio, and we start to search.
And he found out it wasn't a prank.
Well, he's like, is it a podcast? I was like, I don't know.
Oh.
And we looked, I'm like, no, it's real radio.
Let's do it.
Yeah, why not? It's a great way. Now people are going to stop you everywhere and say, hey, I saw you on YouTube.
It already happened. Yeah.
It has happened already.
It's funny.
Well, to be known on TikTok, it really, you have to be in the right spot when something in the right algorithm. But already people are recognizing you guys on TikTok. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's insane.
Last one I went to do a physical
Or the doctor?
The doctor. I already saw you in a TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
That's me.
It's John and Jem Figuarelli. They're here now living in Guam 2 months. They bought a house, so they're Jotnya residents now. So we know where to go for the next fiesta. What does Jotnya bring?
Well, they
What do
have a
do?
fiesta coming up, actually.
Yeah.
It's at Tagate.
The culture fiesta. Okay.
They got the sea
What's
festival.
the export? Because, Agate has mango. Califofa has bananas. What's the Jotnya expert? Brian Terlahi.
I know.
He's the
Yeah,
export.
yeah,
Have you met
yeah.
your mayor?
No, not
Oh,
yet.
he is. You will love
You're
him.
gonna
Tell
love
him I
him.
said hi
Oh,
when you
you'll
do.
love him.
Really, he's out of this world. This
Yes.
guy. Find him if you find him. Just yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, he's
We
very
can write,
friendly.
We have a group chat.
Oh, you have a WhatsApp chat? Yeah. Okay.
We're in.
Yeah,
We're
like
in.
Yeah.
500 people.
You were just talking about. You guys were talking about cuisine when I walked out.
Yeah,
you and
because
Dice. She was
some
asking
people
you.
wrote behind the video.
Yeah.
You need to open your own Italian
Oh,
restaurant.
that's what it is. Because you're cooking, right? So
Yeah, but I love to cook. Yeah.
yeah. And so, what are you making aside from pasta every day?
Yeah, I make
Or every 3 times a day.
pasta with clams. That is the best.
It's our
My
favorite,
girls
yeah.
loves.
Okay.
And clams or shrimps. Or I love to do the pork ribs with the red sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Or
The Sunday sauce.
The Sunday sauce.
Sunday sauce.
And every time I need to make more because she want to
Take to work?
frozen.
And freeze.
Oh, freeze it. You want to
Yeah,
freeze it.
freeze it. And
See,
this
here's the
one-
thing about Guam. You can't tell them that you make a lot because they're going to go, what time?
We can do.
That's also a Guam
evening
thing.
with Patti, and we can
You
have a
can come
pizza.
cook at my house, but I'm sure you can use my power. That's my gift to you.
Cheaper.
Yeah, it would be cheaper. Well, food trucks are a big thing on Guam, and it's a really nice way to sort of slide into introduction of certain cuisines, right?
Yeah, it's one of my dream. Like we were saying, one of my dream was to live in the island, and we are in it right now. And another one was to spend time with people, so or a bar or street food, something like that. So it's maybe it will be an option also because I'm looking for jobs. So.
Oh, you're looking for a job anyway. When you said that you don't have really necessarily missing Italian food only because you can make it,
Yeah.
but buying the products, I mean, I don't know if this is true. You tell me that they say the reason why Italians are not fat because they eat, well, first of all, they eat a lot from the land, they eat a lot from the sea, but the pastas that are made in Italy are using a different type of flour than American flours that are processed here. So you don't find the same properties, I guess,
A lot of
ingredients.
things they are coming from Italy, but
Yeah, we have a lot.
You
Shipped
do?
over, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you shipped over. Think you're not missing anything yet.
and but if you look good around the island, you can find a good product. If you just go somewhere and you grab where everything is in front of your face, it's just commercial things. But if you look behind, you can find a good product. So you need to look, what are you buying? We do a really nice grocery when we go to buy things. We don't buy just because if you go to the grocery, the first thing that I notice here, it's full of color. It's just to attract people to buy what they want that you buy. I don't want what
You don't want the
to sell
colorful
me.
things. Yeah,
exactly.
You want to see.
I
Oh,
want
so you go
something-
behind the shelf to see the other
Exactly.
stuff. Have you found any Italian products here that you?
Yeah, there is
What have you found?
pasta. There is also in Italy right now. The pasta is made with wool from US, so
Okay.
it's the same. And but the sauce there is Pomi that it's also in Italy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
brand. I don't know. If we
What's
can
the
say-
sauce? Go ahead.
The name is Pomi.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah,
I actually saw that. I think
it's
it.
just tomatoes. so,
Really,
like,
I
you
think
have
I
to-
saw that at Happy Mart.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
something like
and
that.
Also, there is another one with a farmer in top of it.
Yeah.
A contadina.
Contadina.
La
Oh, contadina. That
La
my mother
contadina.
used to
It's
use
also
that.
really nice.
Speaking of food, I want to introduce to you. This is Chef Mirko Agostina. Sorry, he is the chef, head chef. At the Hyatt Regency, Guam, and I told him, I said, "There's a new Italian in town," and he said, "Bring the Italian to me." And I said, "Why don't you come and meet the Italian? Come, sit, have a seat."
Perfetto.
Bravo.
Here you go. He brought you something.
Che spettacolo.
Capisci?
Yeah, I think so, just a little bit. So Chef Mirko meet John Figuarelli. And he was telling us, what town did you say you came from again? I wouldn't remember
It's
it.
Abruzzo region, close to Rome.
Yes.
Are you Italian?
Yes.
Ah,
That's
okay.
it,
It's,
that's-
Abruzzo, vicino l'Aquila.
Sì.
Keep going, boys.
Sono
Oh,
andato
this is
in
fun.
vacanza al parco d'Abruzzo.
Io vengo da quelle zone.
Bravo. Io sono di Milano.
Ah, voi di Milano. Ah, ok.
Fuori da Milano, 17 chilometri.
Ah, okay.
Sit down so we can hear you. This is what
good.
Jem and I
It's
were
good to
talking.
speak in Italian,
Jem and
isn't
I
it?
have this plan since last week.
Siri, we need a translator. Siri,
Everybody but you.
Yeah, you were the only one who did not know that we were. He said, "Bring me the Italian." I said, "You come and bring and introduce yourself. Sit down."
Oh,
Chef.
that's a
All right.
good.
And Chef Brendan, of course, is on standby.
And you just sat down in Gioia, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So we are in the same chat group right now.
Are you on the WhatsApp chat for that? Right. Anyway, so he was saying that the culture of Guam is very similar to the culture of Italy. Would you agree? You've been here for a long time.
Yeah, di sicuro, se no non sto qua.
Esatto.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I say I'm sure, otherwise I don't stay.
Yeah. Well, this is true. Now, Chef grew up in a family. His father was a butcher.
Okay.
And so he learned how to do all of that. And so he's come to Guam and he brings all of that expertise. You don't even like this.
Definitely we need to come to your restaurant. Then.
Yes.
You miss it, man. It's nearly 2 months you didn't know about it.
Tell him in Italian what you make.
You heard about
Tell
it?
him in Italian what you make.
As a Italian restaurant al dente.
Al
The
dente.
Hyatt Regency Guam.
Al dente.
Corretto.
Ok,
Dove facciamo la piastra?
è nella nostra lista.
Di sicuro.
E verremo sicuramente a trovare. It will be a real Italian food.
Yeah, real Italian food, right?
Lo chiamo la cucina della mamma in 5-star hotel. It's mean for the audience, it's home cooking in 5-star environment.
You said mama, so I figured that's what you meant. Is
Correct.
mama's kitchen,
Yes.
basically. Mama's kind of cooking.
It's
Which-
what I'm doing.
Yeah.
When I did lasagna last week, I
you did lasagna last
a real
week, okay.
big portion of lasagna, and I started at 7 a.m. with a red sauce, and I did also a little meatball to make when you cut it's better to see inside. And I was like, I understand why my mom was every time tired in the final of the day because
You taste the job.
Yeah,
You taste the lasagna,
I took
yeah?
a chair and I sit in front of the oven because I was tired. My feet they were hurting.
And he does this.
He takes the job.
These guys do this every day, and I don't even imagine him having time to come up here, especially
We were
Chef
talking
Brennan.
at home. I was, how they do all day long in the kitchen stand up? You know, we were talking.
Your mother did the same thing, though, right? Is that how you learned it?
Sunday.
Is that how you?
Every day.
Yeah, tell me about that. The Sunday meals. I mean, why is it in that culture a big deal?
I want to maintain this kind of culture in our family. Also, if it's pretty an American family right now. But Sunday for us is sacred. So I want to share with them, with my family, the Italian food, and we sit all together. It's the only day where we can sit for lunch and dinner all together. The girls, they don't have a school. We don't need to go to work, and so I enjoy to spend all day long almost in the kitchen. And we do pizza night on Saturday, and the big lunch in Sunday.
Right. Yeah. Are you missing home right now a little bit? He's very quiet right now. This is the most quiet I see him.
I thought after about what I really miss here. It's the aperitivo. It's something that in the island I didn't saw any place where you can go and sit outside and drink Aperol Spritz or Prosecco, whatever, and spend time talking with people. But it's a different
Maybe
culture.
now with the TikTok we make a live.
There you go. There
We are
you
ready
go.
for that,
Well,
you know?
now
And also I bought a really good, nice oven for pizza oven.
Yeah.
The pizza amazing. With
really
the ceramic
prove
inside.
it. Prove it.
We can do it.
You see,
Okay.
we prove it, we bring it.
You bring it. Okay, so I'm going to give you this is a C or no, all right? Do you break your spaghetti in half?
man.
See or no?
No.
He say it's a Sunday. You go to church, huh?
Okay, putting oil in the pasta water
Put the oil in the pasta water. No way.
so it doesn't stick.
I remember my grandmom, she was doing sometimes with the gnocchi when
Correct.
to
Okay.
do not
Stick
don't glue-
together.
to don't stick together.
Because they come out one at a time.
Exactly.
Meaning when they come up, they get the oil and they don't stick with the other.
Okay, so
Okay,
she was correct.
that was right. All right.
But
So
we don't used to.
C, no.
Just
No,
with the
is it say if it's
Okay.
a pasta spaghetti, you don't do
No.
it. But if it's gnocchi, you do it.
Gnocchi
because
is
the
potatoes.
flour.
That's
Yeah,
the
correct.
potatoes.
No,
Okay. Rinsing the cooked pasta.
Rinsing the cooked pasta.
Look at the look on his face already.
Wash the pasta.
Put it
no
on. Do you,
way.
you know they look so disgusted at that.
yeah.
The thought of that.
Yeah, because
I'm
it's
just. I
something-
want to see. I'm just. Yeah. Drowning your pasta in sauce.
Drowning your pasta in sauce.
Lots of sauce on the pasta.
It depends because if the sauce is the one that I made, it's really good. You can do it.
Okay.
Because you will enjoy.
Because
with
you
the
like the
bread.
sauce. The first time I had sauce in Italy, in Rome, there was hardly any sauce, and I said, "Can I get?" I was embarrassed to ask for a side order. I was like, "Something's wrong here," but that was the way they eat
Yeah,
it, and
because-
pasta was last.
Because too much, it's like a pool for
Okay.
pasta, you know.
Okay.
We
Swimming
don't
pool.
call we call pasta no soup.
Exactly.
Okay. was there a similarity?
Yeah. One day we took, without to say the restaurant, we took this dish of pasta, and this is a soup. It's not a pasta. Because it was all sauce with the pasta was galleggiato.
Few there.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
floating.
Is all red sauce called marinara?
Marinara.
Yeah. Is all red sauce marinara? No.
It's a-
Okay.
And marinara is just, if you go deeper, is a seafood sauce. Because mare
Is
the
ocean. Yeah.
You remember?
Okay.
Is the
Okay.
anchovies inside? Or
No, depending on what you want to do, but marinara is
yeah,
the first
mare.
way, and is mare, meaning
Makes sense.
he have a base of seafood. Like it
seafood.
can be just the base of anchovy, if you want
Definitely knows
spicy.
better than me.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
28 years to be executive chef. And then I just finished to talk about in 7 different countries. Meaning I holding the flag as quite good.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad that you took time away to come. And I was like, where are you? Where are you? Because Jeff and I had this plan that we were going to sort of get you guys to meet, because I think from your TikToks I was gathering that, you know, you're out of the sorts of not having family or speaking the language. Yeah. You're assimilating perfectly to Guam, it sounds like, and you don't have time to miss anybody or anything, right?
Definitely I miss sometimes to speak in Italian.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have to.
Bravo, chiamami.
He said, "Come." Well,
come to it.
yeah, we could definitely go to Al Dente whenever you're ready. I'll make sure that we can all go and see you on a night that correcto. He makes me say that all the time. Correcto. So so I'm glad you guys met. Brendan, thanks a lot for coming through, bringing you some. This is something that you can take home, a nice cheesecake from.
Thank you.
Yeah, from the Hyatt. Yeah, and Chef also brought one for us, Dice.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Correcto.
Correcto.
You're supposed to say
Grazie.
double correct.
Grazie mille.
Well,
Grazie
it's
mille.
been such a nice time with you guys. Thank you so much. I think that we'll see you again, and definitely we'll run into you in all of the places that you're at, and hopefully you and Mirko will become long life friends too.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, whatever is the plan for tonight? You want to spend the time downtown? Meaning that's what we came out with Chef Brendan. We have a Chef Association dinner tonight, which is for 500 people. Okay.
Oh, wow.
And it's Maila Francesa tonight.
Oh, is it?
So
Okay.
I have the things, 2 tickets for you, 2 tickets for Patti.
Let's go. I'll meet you there.
Yeah.
It's going to be at the Hyatt.
We
Oh,
never
perfect.
say no to an invitation.
All right.
Why
All
we
right.
need to do
And
that?
we want to just say a few minutes about that, because it's Maila Francesa is a 2 big organization altogether. It's MCA, which is a Micronesia Chef Association, and ACF, which is American Chef Federation. Okay, both of them they're keeping up to the school, which is we are support as a Hyatt, and they make this fantastic dinner, which is 6 different chefs with their own team. They take 6 different farmer. We have the produce with 6 different protein, and they create 3 different dish. Okay, one is need to be a drink, one it need to be a dessert, and one it need to be the main course. Okay, it's very like a aperitivo. All right, that's what it is. But it's not only for 5; it's for 500.
And also, we will talk about the butcher because I'm looking for meat on the island.
Look here.
Perfect.
This is the only one is
Because
right the
I
right
would-
shoulder.
I would like to have like a big piece of cow or whatever.
Oh, you came to the right place.
The cow that make a baby, the bull we eat it.
Exactly. And then we'll adjust everything at home with my wife.
Yeah.
I love it. Well,
No
see,
problem.
already a success. Jem, you and I, girl, we did this. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much, John. It's so nice. Chef Brennan, as usual, and
First time in your life.
that she got you.
Hey, never stop to surprise.
Yeah,
Okay?
exactly.
This is a really
It's a good way.
And Chef, thank you so much.
Usually she's not too much good to take a
Oh,
secret.
oh, really? So she was good. In fact, she asked me, "Is it okay? It was a secret." I said, "Absolutely, it would be fun." She goes,
We
"He's
like
kind
a
of,
surprise.
yeah, he's kind of." She said, "He's kind of missing, a little Italy here and there." So, and when I told him about you, he said, "Bring him to me." And so I'm glad that you came. No problem.
And last things for on the list, I want to talk about the Chef Brandon. He have the most important brunch, this Sunday brunch. Yes.
This is the one you want to go to. Go ahead, Chef. You can jump in there real quick.
Chef Brennan here. So it's getting full quick, and we did a great job last Sunday. We leaked it out, and this Sunday is the finale. We have a very great promotion collaboration with the craft feed makers of Guam, which is Lenny Feherin from Denancy brand and Derek Cruz from Supreme brand. And they come in with their product and they pair with my cooking with my team. And we just put on a show.
It's a great
and you
show.
got Joe Guam
Local
there
foods.
and Joe Guam is singing. You got a Sega plant base. We got Frank the Crank Knives to do all the carving. It's just a bazaar of all the local things you can think about.
You're going to spend your weekend at the Hyatt, by the way.
Yes.
So please, if you guys are able to put in a reservation, I think you don't want to miss it.
647-1234. That's the number to call. Yeah, for that. Chef, Chef Mirko, thanks a lot. We appreciate your time. After these
welcome.
After this, he always sends me a note. You are my best friend.
Correct.
Correct.
We are elevate to the bestie.
We are besties now. Always. Forever. Always and forever. Listen, we got to get out of here and make some room. Polly Suba this afternoon from 2 until 6. Dice is across the yard of Power 98 doing her things, getting you home with a lot of laughter and music. And we are Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti.
I'm Dice.
It's 10 o'clock, KGUM FM and Dedido Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.
Guam, be back.